Yeah, yeah, I'm almost done. Okay, 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 okay. Sorry, the title's a lie. I got no sleep last night. It's not my fault. I went to bed at 2 a.m., which isn't like early, which isn't like early or anything. But it's not crazy late for me. And I was just awake in bed for like 3 hours, man, because YouTube recommended me a fucking Factorio YouTuber called something something. Something, what if everything was a burner? Something. And I just could not sleep. Why'd you just have a beanie and take it off, lol? Because that's what I do to shape my hair, I guess. Like after I get out of the shower, I put a beanie on and then like I take it off and wash it. The post-shower beanie is a bad move. It just makes my hair go back. It's fine, you know? That causes fungus to form. No, I guess maybe if you're fucking revolting. I I don't know. Um, I mean, I use towels. Like, I don't wash my towel every day. Like, I usually use my towel a few times before washing it, and it doesn't grow fungus. So, I think that's okay. I think. Why don't you use hair gel or some other product? I mean, I do, but you just like sometimes like look at my hair, like it's fine, and I just put a little beanie on. You use your towel multiple times between uses, Vosh. That shit's gross. I don't even know if that's a joke. Sometimes you'll talk to chat and you'll find out that some people have incredibly strange hygiene hang-ups, like that they'll just reveal because it's one of those things people don't typically talk about, you know? I wash mine after every time, Vosh. Okay. It would be okay. Maybe you live in like a really humid, warm area. I guess if I lived in like I don't know, Cuba, like Jamaica, like if it was like a really humid, warm area, like maybe. You don't use a brand new towel every time. Yeah, thanks for donating so I can afford my towel purchase my every single day. I once talked to a guy who asked if it was normal to use a lighter to shave their pubic hairs. Yeah, bitches love that. They love that like burnt hair smell when they go down on you. Yes, it was Fluffy, the blood god. I live in a humid area but not warm. If you're in a place that's like Florida or something, I guess I could understand using your towel only like 2 or 3 times between washes, like being specific about that. I don't know. Do you towel off before sitting in your Herman Miller? Are you are you asking me if I've ever sat down in this chair while wearing nothing but a towel? Because of course I have. I ain't drying my hair with the towel I already used to dry my ass. Okay, this is one of those hygiene things that I just don't get. And maybe there are people in chat who are going to be like, dude, you're gross. Okay, I do not understand the aversion to using the same towel to dry off your like dick in your face or whatever. Your dick should be clean when you come out of the shower. Like I I don't understand what you're afraid of, I guess. Like a skin cell off of your dick coming into contact with your like what do you like I don't get it. I don't get it. You know, the dick and balls are not innately less hygienic than the rest of your but like it's just a part of your body. I don't know. Remember, many people don't actually clean their butt well in the shower. Yeah, this is one of those things. It's like those guys who don't clean their ass in the shower because they think it's gay to touch their asshole or whatever. It's like what? Like, and I would never wash my face with the same towel that I used to wash my butt. What's happening in the butt area that invalidates the face drying with the towel? I like what are you doing and or not doing in there? Boss, you're losing the argument the more you defend your case. I'm not losing shit, dog. Okay? The glorious high IQ move after getting out of the shower is to have one single hand towel that's about like 8 inches by 8 inches, holding it like this, pressed against the fucking flat of your hand, and just like you're cleaning a car at like a gas station. Just your whole and then at the end you have like a completely saturated with water hand towel. And then you throw it in the trash and buy a new one. You use a washcloth or are you one of those hands only savages? I have a loofah. Like one of those scrubby things. Scrubber. Scrubber loofah. Excuse me. You shouldn't go hands only. You can't exfoliate. Vosh, is it just me or is your hairline moving back? It's just you. I measure my hairline with a micrometer every single morning. I lay my head down on the side on my table, and I have a big industrial micrometer, and I use it to measure from the top of my eyebrow to the bottom of my hairline, and it hasn't moved an inch since I started doing this when I was 8 years old. What do you think fingernails are for? You can't exfoliate your skin with your fingernails. First of all, that's incredibly inefficient. Your fingernails are very small compared to a scrubber or a brush. And second of all, like you're just scraping, even that wouldn't work. You should always exfoliate. Exfoliating is very good. One of those things you should do in your men arc is to explain hygiene tips, not necessarily the basics, but helpful stuff that a lot of dudes fuck up. Listen, okay? If you want to look better than like basically everyone, especially men, if you're a man, there's only two things you need to do. Literally only two things. Well, three, because one of them is drink lots of water, okay? The other two things are exfoliate. That means have like a loofah or a scrubber or a brush. Probably not a washcloth. I think washcloths are just worse than scrubbers or loofahs or whatever. They're less abrasive. It's more annoying to saturate them with the soap or whatever. Probably a loofah or a scrubber. Do that. Okay? And the big one is moisturize, motherfuckers. Okay? I don't do any kind of skincare shit, except there's one brand of facial moisturizer that I use, and I apply it on my face like pretty often, like 3 or 4 times a day. Usually just because I feel like, oh, I could do that, and then I do that. It feels like it's a little bit of upkeep, and after a while you kind of get dependent on it because you're like, oh man, my face feels dry. I want some moisturizer. But God's honest truth, I have really nice skin. I look old because of my beard, but like, you can see the skin that isn't in my beard, and it's well moisturized. Just moisture. Oh, and don't spend too much time in the sun. Don't spend too much time in the sun. Drink water, moisturize, and get a loofah or a scrubber to exfoliate, and you will have better skin than like almost anyone. If you're having trouble with like acne or whatever, acne. That's the movie. Acme. Acne. Yeah, no, Acme is the movie. Acne is the zits. If you're still having trouble with that, just lay your face down on like a clean towel that's over your pillow. I know that sounds like a pain in the ass, but unless you have some kind of cystic acne or some sort of like hormonal condition, for most people who have acne, if you just lay your head down on a nice, soft, freshly washed towel instead of just your pillow or your pillowcase or whatever, and you do that for 2 weeks, huge improvement in your acne. Every night, every night. Always wear sunscreen every day, or don't go outside. That's my secret. Also, wash the pillowcases often. Well, yeah, I'm just saying always lay your head down on a clean surface when you go to bed. Um, what's the brand of your moisturizer? It's like I can only get it at Walmart. St. Ives Renewing Moisturizer, Collagen, and Elastin. I've used that and that only for like 50 years now. Love that shit. And for bad cases, see a doctor. There are literally anti-acne pills. Yeah, yeah, there are. Yeah, there's a lot you can do with acne. I think the big ones are always going to be like drink water, stay like clean surface. Excuse me. Can we compensate for a hatred of the feeling of sunscreen with an intense love of sun hats? You could just not go outside. Um, Make sure to put solar panels on the top of your sun hat to maximize energy efficiency. Do you use perfume? No, and not cologne either. Nice, Teletech. Yeah. I thought we were fixing politics, not skincare. Most of the bad stuff that happens in politics is guys lashing out because they have bad skin. So by fixing that, you fix politics. Greta Thunberg was briefly interrupted by a man who approached her on stage after she invited. Well, I guess I'll just watch the video if you're going to put this much effort into typing the description.
We have not been listening. The people in power have not been listening.
I come here for a climate demonstration, not a political view.
Dog, anti-woke people are such fucking retards. I have come here for a rally on fixing climate by changing policy, not to talk politics. Dude, smartest conservative. This is like, keep politics out of my video. This is actually worse than keep politics out of my video games because it's possible to construct a video game that is at least like ostensibly non-political, whereas there is absolutely no way to do a climate protest that is not obviously political. Like, it's completely not non-sell, you know? Incredible. Vosh, this guy's 100% a psyop. Yeah, the way he came up there kind of gives me the feeling that he was paid to do it, but, you know, like, whatever.
Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. No climate justice on occupied land. No climate justice on occupied land.
Do you think the real psyop is that Greta Thunberg was the one who planted him, and so he would look like an idiot, and then they would get to do the chant? Why does he look like a Wojak? He does look like a Wojak. You know who he looks like? He looks like Mitch McConnell, actually. Like, seriously. Like 30 years younger Mitch McConnell. Time traveling McConnell, yeah. Somehow McConnell came back. See, this is what good skincare can do for you, you know? Look at that. Look at how much younger he looks. This is the body his mind goes into when his other body freezes up. Nice. Massive escalation possible in Lebanon? Really? The IDF will respond in a significant way to today's events in the northern border. Israel is preparing for the possibility of rocket launches to the north and center of the country. We'll see. We'll see if this turns into anything. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. You know, the last episode just a few days ago from the Well, There's Your Problem podcast was talking about Beirut, the Beirut explosion. Excuse me. Which was very interesting. Makes me wonder. That was a good episode. Yeah, it was a good episode. Very interesting, you know? We talk all the time about how weird and fucked up politics are in this country or that country, but the God's honest truth is that politics are pretty fucked in every country, and it actually gets more fucked the poorer the country is, I feel. Like, shit gets wackier in the more deprived parts of the world. Things here are relatively standard. Mentis Wave responded to your video on him. First of all, he did that a while ago, Fluffy the Blood God. Second of all, that's like the third time you've said it. Fourth of all, I don't need to shit in the same outhouse twice. You know, it's done. Fifth of all, he responded to my first video on Twitter with like 6,000 words, which included him rebutting my point that he's probably a race realist by saying, I don't even talk about race realism that much on my channel. And I feel that's all I really need to do. Going to get from the river to the sea tattooed in my arm in Arabic. Think I should go ahead with it? No. Um, I admire your support and all, but the ratio of meaningful advocacy to potential downsides later in life is not good on that one. Yeah, I saw Croc Goblin. Shell sues Greenpeace for 2.1 million after activists boarded oil vessel. Okay. In damages. What damages? No damages? The damages Shell is seeking include costs related to shipping delays and expenses for extra security, as well as legal costs. What? They're suing for the damages incurred by the cost of them suing? Okay, nice. Okay, so no damages at all. Yeah, all right, nice. These guys right here. 2.1 million. Nice. They stopped making money for a few minutes? No, they didn't. Joe Stein announces 2024 presidential bid as Green Party candidate. Cool. Isn't it cool how like I feel like, you know, it really speaks to Biden's weakness as a candidate how much people are doing this big old song and dance about having an alternative. Like, look at what's happening with Cornel West. You know, the Green Party's a fucking joke. It continues to be a joke. It'll accomplish nothing. Cornel West has been doing the little circuit. There was JFK Jr. You know, we have to keep hearing about this, and we're still like more than a year out. She's old too. I mean, not as old as Biden. But this is Stein's third presidential bid. In 2016, she was the Green Party nominee in the race against Trump and Clinton. Stein won about 1% of the popular vote. Yeah, there's Cenk. What are our odds of Biden still winning? No clue. Wait, she got caught taking money from Putin too. I think yeah, she's done the whole like Kremlin adjacent circuit thing, I think. Biden will probably win. I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. Petitioning deadlines for primary challenges are very soon. Yeah, we'll see. Did you see Sean say on Twitter that it's a moral obligation to not vote for Biden? Yeah, he does this yeah. He did this last election too. It's not new. A lot of people are doing this right now. I've said this before. There is no point right now in arguing with people on Twitter, like lefties on Twitter, about voting for Biden. Just don't do it. Stop. Shut the fuck up. I don't know why you would wait. Do you seriously think you're going to get in any kind of like rhetorical win or even change anyone's mind when the genocide is still happening right now? Like at this moment, currently, right now, the White House is directly complicit in what's happening. And like you're not going to get anything done right now. There's no point in talking about it. All you're really going to succeed in doing is cementing negative stereotypes low IQ people have about people who advocate for, you know, electoral efficacy. You got to be smart about this. Should we keep our passports updated? Yeah, of course. Vosh, withhold your vote arc? No, I'm not saying withhold your vote. I'm saying there's no point in talking about it right now. Yeah, vote red no matter who. That's my new position. Delicious. No, I just found it annoying because then he said he wants Biden to do things that'll help him win. Sean's a fucking hypocrite. Yes, Sean is an asshole and knows very little about American politics and is primarily concerned with distancing himself from liberals. He's literally the guy who did the like liberals will rehabilitate Trump thing and then later said that Trump was an average president. Like he doesn't have any real principles outside distinguishing himself from the optics of liberals. That's what makes us better than him and communities like him. That doesn't mean it's smart to go online right now and like waste a bunch of time trying to convince unconvincible people to vote Biden, like as Biden is currently dirtying his hands with the blood of Palestinian children. Sol Braverman, the UK Home Secretary, said, "Oh yeah, I remember this." Um, Yeah, Sol Braverman, the UK Home Secretary, was doing a bunch of fear mongering that Palestinian protesters would attack the cenotaph, the war memorial, on Armistice Day, and to counter protest the Palestinian or pro-Palestinian protesters, a bunch of far right and Nazi types went over there and ended up fighting with police. So, like, dude, watch out for your violent protests by the cenotaph. You know, watch out for those pro-Palestinian protesters and then all the people going, right, right, we agree, fuck them, go over there and end up being the problem themselves. Picture perfect. Clashes broke out in central London on Saturday as right-wing protesters attempted to reach the Cenotaph War Memorial. Protesters could be heard chanting, quote, "You're not English anymore," at the police as they pushed back against metal barriers in Whitehall. This has always been my funniest, it's the funniest part of far-right people protesting, which is that far-right people nonstop jerk off police as long as the police are policing brown people, but then as soon as the police show up to police them for being rowdy at a protest, they're like, the West has fallen. Oi, oi, the West has fallen. You're not even English anymore, bloke. Yeah, fed, like they completely break it, you know? Exact same shit with like January 6th, where the MAGA crowd spent 4 years sucking off cops no matter what they did, and then the cops show up to, you know, not let them murder all of the elected officials in the Capitol building, and since then it's been like, I used to like cops, but then the West fell, and now I don't anymore. However, Braverman has ignored what really happened and continued to demonize pro-Palestine march. Well, yeah, of course, obviously. Sol Braverman doesn't give a shit about Nazis. Our brave police officers deserve the thanks of every decent citizen for their professionalism in the face of violence and aggressions from protesters and counter-protesters in London today. And then goes on to talk about how, like, the pro-Palestinian people are anti-Semites. Literally, like, Nazis and far-right people were battling in the streets with cops. And she's like, we should all support our police officers against those dirty pro-Palestinian protesters who were causing a ruckus in the streets the other day. She's preparing for a leadership run. Yeah. She's married to a Zionist, by the way. She is a Zionist. Don't they consider Nazis to be on the pro-Palestinian side, though? Um, well, not really. It's kind of like a deliberate inconsistency. People on the right in America and in the UK are generally fine with working with Nazis. They know that Nazis support them, like on almost every issue. They play cover for Nazis knowingly. They know there are Nazis in their cabinet and in governance, and if not Nazis, at least very far right people. They're fine with that. They know that Nazis typically don't like Jews, but they also don't care about Jews. Like Sola Braverman doesn't give a shit about Jews. Otherwise, why would she be playing cover for far right people after this protest? Like, that doesn't make any sense. These people hate Jews. Like, not well, I circled the cops here, but the cops also probably hate Jews. Um, it's one of those like wedge issues, you know, like who is it more convenient for me to demonstrate hatred towards? Braverman might care about Jews. Her husband is Jewish. Don't be naive. Did you see Marine Le Pen hold a march against anti-Semitism to rile up French Muslims? Yeah, that's another. Like Marine Le Pen, fucking absolutely okay with Nazism. Le Pen, complete like. Do you guys remember like the coalition of French far righters who support Le Pen and were like pushing for her most aggressively throughout the like? You think Le Pen gives a shit about anti-Semitism? No. But in France, the big political game is, you know, who do we hate more, the Jews or the Muslims? And who is it more politically effective to go after? And right now, it's much more politically effective to go after Muslims than it is to go after Jews. So Le Pen will play like to both sides of that. I mean, Macron is apparently asking for a ceasefire. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Macron calls on Israel to stop killing Gaza's women and babies. I really do hate the obsession with framing the victimhood of the Palestinian people purely in the terms of like women and babies. If you're going to do the thing with children, that's fine because children are children. But like, it's not like guys are more immune to being airstriked than women. Um, Saying a ceasefire would benefit Israel. We do urge them to stop this bombing in Gaza, but he stressed France clearly condemns the terrorist actions of Hamas. But we do condemn Hamas. Guys, don't be fooled by us saying you shouldn't indiscriminately murder children, okay? We also condemn Hamas. You know how far Israel has to go for Macron, you know? Fucking of Muslim hating France to say that they need to do a ceasefire? They're incredibly racist. He's only saying this after weeks because the death toll got over 10K. Yeah, well, Biden still hasn't said it. Like, you would think France would be behind the curve on this, but instead, France is one of the first Western countries to do this, whereas Biden is still going like, nope, no conditions, nope, full support no matter what, full support no matter what. Oi, oi, oi. Remember, after this, the Home Secretary went on to condemn the pro-Palestinian protesters who did not fight with the police and did not charge the cenotaph. Nice. Vosh, the Biden admin, has said Israel is not doing enough to protect civilians and also convinced the IDF to pause it for 4 hours every day. He's not just doing nothing. Oh, yes, the 4-hour lunch break in between genocidal airstrikes. Also, saying Israel isn't doing enough to protect civilians, who the fuck do you think we are? We're not fucking Switzerland. We're not Norway. We're the United States. You know, the stability of the planet lives or dies on our dollar. Like the idea, oh, you know, he's not doing nothing. He's completely publicly supporting Israel's behavior, and like providing military aid, not calling for a ceasefire. His press secretary did that bit where she compared pro or anti-Israeli protesters to Nazis, to the Nazis at Charlottesville. Like, the idea that the Biden administration is doing everything they can is tantamount to genocide, or not genocide, like abetting, enabling. Like, it's insane. Like, I wish everyone could at least operate in the same playing field here. You know, I can deal with the lefties on the one hand with the anti-electoral stuff, and I get the people on the right. I don't understand the liberals who are unironically arguing like, yeah, there is a genocide, but Biden's doing all he can. I don't know where that intersection is. Sorry, I'm kind of taking your head off here a little bit, but like, Benjamin, if you mention it again, you're catching a ban. Are you surprised 99% of politicians in America are Zionists? I mean, they're not authentically Zionists. They operate politically as Zionists. Also, I've talked about this. There are reasons why they are. What the fuck is this link? Man who narrowly survived electrical accident receives world's first eye transplant. What?
Yes, mornings, we are sharing
a
medical breakthrough, the first ever human eye transplant. A team of surgeons at NYU Langone Health performed this procedure back in May as part of a very complicated partial face transplant. And now, for the first time, the patient has talked about his journey with our chief medical correspondent, that, of course, Dr. Jon LaPook, who is also, by the way, a professor of medicine, not a coincidence, at NYU Langone Health.
Aaron James has always
Did they connect the optical nerves? Is it a working eye?
been committed to his family, committed to his country, and committed to his career, helping to maintain America's power grid. But while doing that job on June 10th, 2021, he accidentally touched a 7,200-volt power line.
Skill issue.
His wife, Megan, will never forget the call she got from his boss.
Aaron's been in an accident. I said, is he okay? And he said, from everything that I'm hearing right now and all of the details that I'm gathering, it's pretty serious.
Doctors in Oklahoma and Texas did all they could to save
Jesus, he looks like fucking Baron Harkonnen here.
her husband of 20 years. His left arm had to be amputated above the elbow. He also lost his left eye.
And when you saw his face unbandaged for the first time?
I just took a deep breath and I said, all right, this is what we're dealing with.
I love hearing that from my loved ones, by the way, whenever I do anything.
All right.
The Arkansas native also lost his nose and front teeth and couldn't eat or drink normally. So he agreed to undergo a partial face transplant, including the world's first transplant of a donor's eye.
Could we include the eye with the face transplant?
Why would people think that
Careful with live wire, lads.
Couldn't. A whole eye transplant's never been done.
This isn't the first for plastic surgeon Dr. Eddie Rodriguez. In 2020, he performed the first simultaneous face and double hand transplant.
So then when you suggested doing an eye transplant and you spoke to ophthalmologists or neurologists or your colleagues, what did they say?
It's not possible. It's not going to work.
When you went to Mr. James and you suggested doing something that had never been done before, what was his response?
He didn't hesitate. He said, if I can help out other people and if I can help out other soldiers, it's worth it.
And he had been,
I mean, if you look like that, to be fair, you also don't have that much to lose, right? Like you're not, you know, you're operating on a pretty, yeah.
in combat, right?
Yeah, he had 3 tours, Iraq, Afghanistan, and Egypt.
So in late May, Dr. Rodriguez and his team at NYU Langone Health spent 21 hours transferring the donor's face, eye socket, and the eye itself to James. A huge challenge was provided.
So, okay, when they said part of the face transplant, what I thought they meant was we do it at the same time, and not literally we're,
providing blood flow to the transplanted eye.
It was an exhilarating moment to just see that blood supply coming to the retina.
This is the 46-year-old now. It's been just over 5 months since the eye and face transplant.
God damn. That's crazy.
I want to just put it out there right now that you have some trouble speaking still, right? Does it seem to be getting better?
Yes, it is getting better until I can get some feeling in my lips and get my jaw to open more and get some teeth.
You also have a lot of things that are working a lot better than before.
Yes, everything. It just blows my mind. I tell everybody if I get close to a mirror,
Was this on Medicare? Yes, in America, this procedure is free, actually.
I just stare at it.
You're now looking for mirrors.
That's right. You know, now I want to go outside and let people see me, you know.
After the surgery, a huge question remained. Would light shined into the transplanted eye be recognized by the part of his brain that processes vision?
Yeah, this is what I want to know about. I want to know about, like, the optical, like, the connectivity.
To find out, James has had 2 functional MRIs.
I'm sure for visual will be even more.
Yeah, for this one, it's usually a lot more.
Then we covered his good eye and checked the transplanted eye.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
And we saw a response back.
Unironically, though, are experimental procedures like this sponsored by orgs or something? Well, I mean, it depends on the procedure. My understanding is usually what happens is you have very talented surgeons or doctors or whatever who are basically like, hey, I've got a huge dick. I want to try something new. And they'll find somebody who is in a position where even if things go poorly, there's not as much to lose as there might be for a person without any pre-existing medical conditions. And they'll give it a shot, you know, like experimental procedures. Dude's probably been wanting to do this for a while, too. I doubt this is something that he did in a whim. He's probably thought about and, like, maybe did some kind of experimental testing on the viability of an eye transplant, and then he saw an opportunity to try it for real, and it was like, ah, shit, well, let's have this guy sign an absolute fucking encyclopedia of liability waiver forms, and let's give it a go. And that's kind of how experimental medicine is done, you know?
There. Point to where you feel it.
Retina expert Dr. Vedahi Dadanya is his eye specialist.
Good optics, yeah.
Can we be more astonished? Every level, every test has further increased our understanding of how this eye is functioning within his body.
$1 million question, maybe $1 billion question. Is it possible that the brain could rewire itself in a different way to be able to actually see an image?
I never say never.
But you never say never at the beginning of this, and it worked.
A lot of what we have
Experimental procedures like this are often free for the patient. Ah, yeah, that's true. Because there is a greater risk with an experimental procedure, and you have to sign more liability waiver forms. And even though doing the procedure would be very expensive, and that cost gets waived, the idea is, from the surgeon's perspective, is that if they pull it off, they make way more of their money back in terms of, like, the publicity of getting the procedure done. Like, maybe this surgeon didn't accept any money for the procedure, so, like, overall, with, like, costs associated with procuring resources and the labor and use of the space and everything, maybe the whole thing would have cost, like, $1 million, so he's out $1 million, or what, you know. But then it's like, oh, here I am getting like a 7-minute segment on CBS Mornings. Like, I'm going to be written up in papers. This is worth way more.
Seen does not necessarily support that, but that being said, this is unprecedented. So the question is it possible? Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take a look at your eye now. Okay, looks pretty healthy.
We don't have sight yet.
Yeah.
But I'm an optimist. And the one thing for sure that I can say now is that we are one step closer.
Whether or not he will ever see out of his new eye, Aaron James is committed
So
once
by
again.
yet, then, they connected the optical nerve, but they're waiting to see if the brain will recognize the signal that it's getting. Because the eye must be procuring a signal because the eye hasn't rotted, right? Like, it's connected. The blood vessels are connected. There was visible blood vessels in the eyeball. So presumably there is an electrical signal. They can get signals, the brain just isn't processing it. Interesting. Yeah, that like neural plasticity thing where you try to get the brain to, like, because theoretically, like, our brains are pretty advanced computers, right? Like, our brains can adapt to do lots of really cool stuff. You can see this in, like, the mistakes our brain makes, like with ghost limb syndrome. Like, a person who loses their limb will sometimes seem to have nerve sensations coming from the limb because they their brain thinks there should be a limb there. There's a lot of like weird, complicated shit there in terms of how our brain processes. Yeah, phantom limb syndrome. So, you know, they injected stem cells into the back of the eye to encourage new connections. I know that this is like a very stupid sci-fi way of thinking of medicine, but the idea of stem cells being something you can literally just inject into a problem area of the body and go like, figure it out. If we could ever figure that shit out, that'd be pretty fucking cool. You know? Just like, yeah, here you go. Just like, you know that picture of Eminem? Here, hold on. Yeah, this one. Literally, like, going into the surgeons with any serious medical problem, and he just tosses a bag of stem cells at you. It just splashes on your face like a water balloon. You're healed. Let's go.
Again, this time to advancing medical science.
It could potentially help somebody with blindness from any cause, from macular degeneration or whatever, but also it could help somebody who was in combat who lost their eye. I mean, did that go through your head?
If me doing it first kickstarts it, you know, I'm all for it.
Over time, you think you'd be able to open up that eye?
The nerves are starting to come up. I'm getting sensation.
Really?
Over here.
That's crazy.
Isn't that amazing? Years ago,
like the fact that he's starting to get sensation means that even like 5 months later, the nerve connections are still like forming and bonding to the brain. It's pretty amazing. Literally, the moment when Ethan reattaches his arm, yeah. Fucking, where's that GIF? Where's that GIF? Is there not a GIF? Where's the GIF of him putting it back on? Damn it. Whatever.
So they would have said there is no chance at all that it will work. And I suspect that a lot of people right now said there's no chance it will work. And yet,
after I went home, every once in a while, I would Google, is an eye transplant possible? And it would say, you know,
yeah, here we go. Thank you. It even reattaches the jacket. That's crazy. Real medicine. The nerve also needs to reconnect to the missing connections. Surgeons are unable to do each nerve cell. Oh, yeah. Connecting blood vessels is well, I don't want to say it's easy, but like blood vessels are visible to the human eye and nerve connections are fucking not. So, yeah, when you're if you're reattaching anything, this is why like oftentimes people who get like body parts reattached, they can connect enough blood cells that the body can work the rest of it out, but in terms of connecting nerve endings, that's up to God pretty much.
This town, it is not medically possible.
ChatGPT and Google are going to have to catch up to you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's a good Cleveland.
Oh, for sure, Broken Shield. Yeah, we could be so much farther ahead of where we are right now. Blood vessels regrow, repair, nerves almost never do. Well, they are for him. I mean, that's the whole point of the stem cell stuff, right? Like, you know, I'm sure it's very complicated, but that's the hope. Neuroplasticity, blah, blah, blah. This guy needs to take immune suppressants for the rest of his life or his immune system will attack the transplant. Maybe. That's not always necessary, right? It probably is for like a face and an eye transplant. I know that immune suppressors are necessary for a lot of transplants, but not all. I think it varies. Wait, Vosh, then how does a reattached thumb still work? I think if it's your body that's being connected, like, that probably means that it hasn't been separated for that long. And my understanding is that the problem is that every single human's brain basically operates in a very slightly different operating system, like very slightly different, because the template for how brains are built might be the same for everyone, basically, but there's lots of like tiny variations in the way the brain develops and the way the neural pathways are connected. So if you reconnect like a finger that's been cut off, you know, it sort of links back up. Your brain has a good understanding of how that works. There's like a compatibility there. But if you're connecting another person's body part or organ or whatever else, then even if basically their brain works the same as yours, there's enough tiny differences that it might never like fully connect or something. I don't really know. Like if you connect somebody else's finger where you lost a finger, like the movement of the finger is relatively like the muscle contraction, the bones, like these connections are relatively simple, but the nerve connections are so much more complicated, and your brain's a fucking, nobody knows how the brain works. We kind of know how the brain works. We have a vague idea of how the brain works. I don't know if there's much to say. Thought you should know. A few days ago, Steven Crowder leaked the manifesto of the trans mass shooter. It got no traction at all. Did he leak it, or did he say he had it? Nashville mayor orders investigation after leak of school shooters writing. Oh, okay. So there was a leak. Investigate the leak of 3 pages of the manifesto of the school shooter who killed 6 people at the Covenant School in March. Conservative media host Steven Crowder posted the images online Monday, purporting them to be part of the school shooter's manifesto. Then they're probably on Steven Crowder's Twitter, right? Steven Crowder, Twitter, manifesto. How many times can you misspell the word manifesto? It was only 3 pages, not the whole manifesto. He leaked 3 pages of the shooter's journal, not the manifesto. Gotcha. Okay. Well, where is it? How do we know he didn't just make it up? Because if he made it up, the mayor of Nashville probably wouldn't be calling for an investigation. I'm looking for it. I'm looking. I'm attempting to peep. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Breaking: Nashville school shooter, or Covenant shooter Audrey Hale's Death Day manifesto targeted, quote, crackers with, quote, white privileges. Many such cases. Death Day. Oh, man. Peak of mental wellness on this individual here, huh? Oh, we've got the big Louder with Crowder stamp on it. That's good. So he's actually the one who got the leak then, yeah. And believes a little nervous, but excited for the past 2 weeks, several times. Can't believe I'm doing this, but I'm ready. I hope my victims aren't. You know, I could have told you that this person was mentally ill and going to do a shooting based on their handwriting alone. This is the handwriting of like a 6-year-old. My only fear is if anything goes wrong, God let my wrath take over my anxiety. Whoa! This person was a Christian. Ooh. Concerning. Is this the same person? Handwriting looks totally different. Those crackers go to private fancy schools with those fancy quackies and sports backpack. Is this khakis? Did they just do the H with an up line that's higher than any other line on the H? Okay. With their daddies, Mustangs, and convertibles. Fuck you, little shits. Want to kill all you crackers. Bunch of little F slurs. Even though this is the word I should be able to say on YouTube. YouTube. With your white privileges. Fuck you, F slurs. The funny thing about this breaking news release, whatever, is that this doesn't this isn't even a little bit interesting. So this person's mentally ill, obviously, but they're also not like conservatives have been crossing their fingers and hoping for some big, like, this is a trans motivated attack. There were even people who pretend to be liberals who were saying that I was responsible for this because by saying that trans people are at threat of genocide, I'm motivating mentally ill, like, Christian convert trans people to do school shootings on babies or something. You know, like there's like an insane degree of sort of like wishful thinking on the part of reactionaries that this would be some kind of big trans motivated thing. And then, like, what's the narrative here? Steven Crowder wants to focus on the fact that he said crackers, but he also said the F slur twice, and he also referred to praying to God. So, like, I guess Christian homophobes did this? Death Day, 9 a.m. Eat breakfast at home. Heart. Okay. Wasn't this a trans woman? It was a trans guy. Cherry instantly walked back, half of her calling you a terrorist the moment people... Oh, yeah, because there was a trans would-be mass shooter who named me in her manifesto, and it was to say I was a terrorist. I remember that, yeah. There was a person who got caught with a bunch of weapons at their home and, like, a plan to do a shooting, and people... Look, Vosh, you've been mentioned in the shooter's manifesto, and I'm like, okay, here it is. It's time, finally, all right? Let's deal with this, you know? And then I look at the fucking manifesto, and they were calling me a terrorist. Like, it wasn't in any way a positive... Yeah. So, and then there was that one guy on Twitter who was like, over and over again, he was like, how do you've been named in a terrorist's manifesto. And it's like, yeah, because they don't like me. It's like, yeah, but you've been named in a terrorist manifesto. Yeah, because they didn't like me. Yeah, but you've been named in a... So, yeah, the discourse is going about as well as it always is. I think it's very funny that chat had to tell me this happened. I see this has a lot of likes on Twitter. I mean, it's got 71K likes, so he's getting some attention off of it. And it must be real, because otherwise there's no reason the Nashville mayor or chief of police would say, you know, I am greatly disturbed by today's unauthorized release of the 3 pages of writing for the Covenant shooter. So it's real. Like, there's no denying that. The only interesting information here, I guess, is that mentally ill people write with children's handwriting, I guess. Like, that's the takeaway from this, I suppose. Look at this. This looks like how 13 Reasons Why would style a notebook owned by a person who was going to do a school shooting. Look at this. Like, how would a school shooter how would they do a notebook? Like, I bet they'll do like scribbly little ballpoint pen, Death Day, you know. I have the same font. You're all school shooters. Sorry. And even then, none of this even mentions being trans, like, at all. It you know, if anything, it reads to me more homophobic than it does anti-white. The shooter was white. I don't think it is Simba Optic. Vosh, remember, it's only 3 cherry-picked pages. Yeah, which, you know, I don't know the circumstances under which that was leaked to Steven Crowder, but the fact that this is what they chose to show, not very indicative, huh? Really makes you feel like there's nothing in there about being trans. Bottling Sunshine, this is from the this is leaked pages from the notebook of the Covenant shooter, the trans guy who shot some kids at that Christian school in Nashville a while ago. You know, the conservatives have been begging and praying that this is, like, finally an example of a mass shooting done by, like, some crazy left-leaning trans person, because they know, like, every 50 shootings a year or whatever are done by their guys, so they want it to be, you know, shoes on the other foot for once. And they finally released these pages, and it's like, it's nothing. It's like, oh, they're mentally ill. Like, yeah, obviously, they did a school shooting. People don't do school shootings if they're mentally well. White privilege. Vosh, not all mentally ill. Please, we get way too many hate and healthy people with... What? I'm not saying all mentally ill people want to shoot up schools. I'm just saying that if you want to shoot up a school, there's a decent chance you're mentally ill. Like, there's probably a correlation there. I'm willing to bet. Because girls are born with incredible handwriting. Oh yeah, true. This is very gender affirming. Because this was a trans guy, and girls have better handwriting than guys. So that would explain why this looks like shit. You did say that. Please do not hide from your statements. I said all mentally ill people shoot up schools? God damn, I do misspeak a lot, I guess. It's funny because it shatters their narrative that it was a trans shooter attack on Christians. And it's... Yeah, their big narrative was like, this is a trans person killing Christians because trans people like to kill Christians or whatever. And then in the first... No mention of them being trans. And also they mention... like, may God, God let my wrath take over my anxiety, which kind of makes it sound like he was Christian. Vosh said, you're all mentally ill in response to, we have handwriting that looks like that. You guys are in VGG chat. Of course you're mentally ill. Get the fuck off my case. Jesus Christ. This would be a great springboard for properly funding mental health. No. When conservatives talk about like, oh, it's not a gun issue, it's a mental health issue. For what it's worth, for the most part, I agree with them, mostly as a matter of political expediency. There are things we can do to address the severe climate of mental health crisis in this country, whereas dealing with the overabundance of firearms is like a biblically difficult task. We have so many guns in this country that the idea of making them practically unavailable... There is no state, no city in this country where you could not easily get a cheap firearm if you wanted it. You know, even in New York City, even in Los Angeles... You would be able to find it if you wanted to. There's just so many guns. We can do better stuff when it comes to, like, red flag laws. I think that's true. Red flag laws, waiting periods, that stuff. But in terms of just, like, making guns unavailable, that's like that's a big hill to climb. In the meantime, we can do more with regards to mental health. But conservatives don't give a shit about mental health. In fact, I mean, you guys remember that vote in Congress where basically every conservative voted against provisions for mental health care in schools? They do not give a shit about mental health. In fact, conservatives want people to be mentally unwell because mental unwellness is like the fuel for their political psychosis. You know, like... There's a reason why the alt-right and the Nazis and the super far-right and the white nationalists online are almost to a man deeply mentally ill. And I don't mean this in like a euphemistic way. I legitimately mean that you get an incredibly clear picture of mental illness from looking at them online. To be fair, there are a lot of mentally ill left-leaning people. The difference being that left-leaning people usually have a culture of understanding and communication about their mental illnesses, and the mental illnesses tend to be more like sympathetic ones. Like, oh, some left-leaning people are depressed. Fucking everyone's depressed. Left-leaning people are more likely to identify it and talk about it because they don't stigmatize mental health the same way right-leaning people do. Whereas right-leaning people are fucking psychopaths and they don't talk about it. They just politicize their mental illness, you know? Like you'll have like these paranoid delusional fucks unironically like neat moding in their house, jerking off to lolly porn and posting white nationalist memes about how they personally deserve a 16-year-old trad wife, and then talk about how people on the left are the pictures of mental health. Like, these fuckers are not well, and the right knows this, and the right wants to weaponize that. They've always wanted to weaponize mental illness, especially male loneliness, because lonely men are the backbone of fascism. Again, sexual insecurity, fascism, so on and so forth. That's a big-ass jug. It is the same jug that I've used and drank from every stream for years, but thank you. Matt Walsh did try to argue SSRIs don't work on Twitter, and surprisingly, replies were mixed among Kongs. Oh, no. This is not the first time they've done that. Conservatives have been waging a war against mental health for a while, not just in the form of, like, not funding it or keeping healthcare expensive, but also in the form of literally arguing that, like, Adderall and SSRIs are actually detrimental to you. There's no context in which they're good. Conservatives never want you to go to therapy. They just want you to be lonely and miserable and angry, so you'll do your own, like, Christchurch shooting or whatever. Remember, fascism relies on constant fervor, and the only way to produce that fervor is to keep people attending a 24/7 rally. And because that's difficult to maintain in the physical world, you have to build it in the mental world. A fascist's mind has to be a 24/7 rally that keeps them riled up. They must always be thinking of whatever it is that motivates them to the political ends they've arrived at. And, honestly, for a lot of conservatives, that really is just interracial cuckoldry. That really is it. For a lot of them, it's transgender people, because transgender people make them feel weird feelings about the permanence of their own gender and identity. And a lot of them are just terrified of big black cocks stealing away the white women they don't have already. And it's that simple, It seems like it might be complicated, but sometimes it really is just that simple. Saw a vid where someone goes into Matt Walsh's past, and Matt Walsh has ADHD and he hates medication because he thinks he'd be weaker if he took it. Fascist insecurity. First of all, he's almost certainly lying. Nazis love to do this big song and dance about how they are pure. They are pure. They reject. They do not drink. They do not smoke. And then you take a look at the actual Nazis, and they were high on meth like all the time. They like to do a big song and dance about how pure they are, but in reality, like, they are massive substance addicts, and in all likelihood, he is as well. Like Elon Musk. Elon Musk is a fascist, might be a Nazi, and dude, by all like personal reports, apparently has a crippling ketamine addiction. Footage of Hitler on meth? No, literally, no, he was on meth like all the time. That's not a joke. Like literally, like all the time. The Nazis loved meth. Apparently, there's rampant Adderall use in the X offices. There's rampant Adderall use in this stream. Speaking of, I didn't take it this morning. Thank you for reminding me. Doot 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 doot. Doot 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 doot. I dropped it. Yep. Popping pills on stream. Let's go. Why didn't you dead name Twitter? Because I hadn't taken my Adderall yet. My brain wasn't firing on all cylinders. Did you hear where Twitter staff almost called the cops on Elon for a wellness check after he locked himself in his office for hours and were all worried he was going to kill himself? I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, apparently this was a little while after he acquired Twitter. And he was having a mental health breakdown because nobody likes him. He got to a point where he locked himself in his office, was so upset that the Twitter employees were considering calling a wellness check by the San Francisco police because they thought he was going to self-harm himself, Mesrick said. I think he truly cares about his reputation that he was shocked. What a fucking baby, dude. Look, I'm not like, if you're ever feeling down, you're bad. I'm not saying that or whatever, but like, dude, he's like a gajillionaire, and he acts like an unlovable loser, and then people don't love him, and then he like publicly like has a hissy fit and locks himself in his office to the point where his employees are considering calling the police. Embarrassing. Mesrick cited several incidents that led to a spiral for Musk, including getting booed at a Dave Chappelle comedy show and his son's car being attacked. The son's car being attacked thing was never verified. I don't trust Elon for shit. Remember when Musk was on Twitter and he was like, well, in the audio it sounds like people are booing at me, but in reality it was more like 90% applause, and the camera just only picked up the boos. Yeah, they were saying boo-usk. Yeah, exactly. Musk later fired an engineer who showed him his popularity was declining on the app, the platform report added. Incredible. Impossible to satirize, truly. Even though Chappelle himself said the boos were coming from the cheap back rows. Lol. Chappelle is such a piece of shit, dude. I like this guy LARPs is like some kind of like authentic, down to earth, like real shit fucking comedian for his entire career, and then he plays defense for the richest man on earth by insinuating that the only people who don't like him are angry poor people, you know? What a fucking loser. He did have base Palestine takes, though. Honestly, that's probably just because he's Muslim. Like, we know now that the only reason Dave Chappelle ever, like, gave a shit about black issues is because he himself is black, not because he has some kind of broad, consistent, you know, like, progressive attitude towards social issues. Likewise, you know, he probably falls in with that as well. He might also be an anti-Semite, you know? Has he made jokes in the past about, like, Jews in Hollywood or no? I don't really know. It's hard to say. I'm not very charitable to Chappelle, like, at all. He has? He's Muslim in the same way Jordan Peterson is a Christian. I'm not saying he's... Okay. Okay. Black people converting to being Muslim in the United States has a weird history. And oftentimes it has a lot more to do with black power and anti-Semitism than it does with any kind of like authentic Muslim faith, you know? Like the, the like Nation of Islam is not about Islam. I'm not saying every black person who ever converted, like Muhammad Ali, like that was his post-conversion name, right? I don't even remember his fucking pre-conversion name. Like, you know, I'm not saying that he did that because he hates Jewish people or whatever. I'm saying that, like, historically there's a complicated relationship between Cassius Clay. Okay. Muhammad Ali is like a goated name. There's, you know, there's no going back from that, really. He also said bad shit about trans people. He said a lot of bad shit about trans people. Jon Stewart is very close friends with him, so maybe he's just retarded and not actually a bad person. Well, no, he said a bunch of transphobic shit and literally said he's on Team TERF, so he is a bad person. Being retarded sometimes can make you a bad person. That's often how it works, as a matter of fact. Also, celebrities like celebrities, you know, like, you know, oh, I get along with this, like, famous Jew, so, you know, like, whatever. Yeah, Chappelle defended Kanye on his Nazi arc, yeah. Last year on SNL, Chappelle said weird anti-Semite shit in SNL when Kanye was popping off. Yeah, I remember this. Oh yeah, I remember this. If they're black, then it's a gang. If they're Italian, it's a mob, Chappelle said. But if they're Jewish, it's a coincidence and you should never speak about it. This was after Kanye said he was going DEFCON 3 on Jews and was like Hitler posting. And Chappelle's like, how will I add to this conversation? I'll say that you're not allowed to talk about Jewish cabals in media, you know? Strong feeling that Chappelle is, you know, converted for a, you know, for the same reason a lot of the later Nation of Islam guys converted, which was basically just to be like Blitler, you know. Like, he's been reactionary on basically every issue outside of black specific issues. You know, I don't know, man. What no intersectionality does to a motherfucker. But that doesn't... Chappelle went on to talk about the abundance of Jewish people in Hollywood, but that doesn't mean anything he said. There's a lot of black people in Ferguson, Missouri. Doesn't mean they run the place. Chappelle said he could see, quote, if you had some kind of issue, you might go out to Hollywood and start connecting some kind of lines, and you could maybe adopt the illusion that Jews were in show business. It's not a crazy thing to think, but it's a crazy thing to say out loud. Writer Adam Feldman tweeted that Dave Chappelle's SNL monologue probably did more to normalize anti-Semitism than anything Kanye said. Everyone knows Kanye is nuts, Feldman wrote. Chappelle posits himself as a teller of difficult truths. It's worse. Yep. Oh, remember when after he started getting backlash, Dave Chappelle he went to his former high school and did a presentation where he didn't allow them to take their phones in, and he apparently did this weird rambling, like, megalomaniacal rant at the students, including, like, directly shouting at them. And, like, students complained afterwards, but the administration from the school didn't want to distance themselves from Chappelle because he's, like, a big celebrity you know? He never lets people have phones at his shows. Yeah, but it was a school. It was at school. Like, it wasn't like a it wasn't like like a theater that you're attending. Like, it was a school. He donates that school too, so they want to keep ties. Yeah. Malcolm X became a Sunni Muslim after he left the Nation of Islam. I think he realized African American Islam is not Islam at all. Yeah, my general impression of, like, both sides of this is to get really suspicious of loud American black groups that purport to be Semitic or Muslim, because both the Nation of Islam types and the Black Hebrew Israelite types do the same thing, which is they deal with the collective trauma of having their identities ripped from them through the transatlantic slave trade by co-opting a politicized version of a Middle Eastern identity and, like, extrapolating it to their community, where, like, in you know, slightly different routes there, but the underlying cause seems to be kind of similar, where in both cases you're trying to, like, call upon some pre-existing legacy and association in the area that you more or less came from, maybe possibly vaguely, and using that as a sort of community strengthener. This shit is everywhere here in Philly, thanks to Ghazi Kozo and his ilk. Isn't he in jail at the moment? At the very least, he's waiting trial. As the resident black person, Vosh going to get clipped to shit for this portion. If I said anything wrong, this is true. African Americans came from West Africa, not the Middle East or Israel. Tell them that. A whole branch of the NOI broke off and became more traditionally Muslim back in the 60s-ish era. Yeah, for sure. I'm not saying every black Muslim or every black Jew is like that or whatever. I'm just saying that there are underlying tendencies to those movements. All right. We rambling. Get out of here. Oh, yeah. Did you guys see this shit? Iceland volcano. Emergency declared over volcano Fagradalsfjall. Great country. Thank you. Eruption concerns. Apparently, there were like 1 billion earthquakes per second going on in the area, so they were like, there's probably going to be a volcano eruption. You guys ready to undo climate change with a nice volcanic blanket of ash over the atmosphere? Iceland has declared a state of emergency. Authorities have ordered thousands of people living in the southwestern town of Grindavik to leave as a precaution. Considerable risk of an eruption. An eruption could start any time in the next few days, according to the statement. Nice. Thor Thordarson, least Icelandic-sounding name, professor of volcanology at the University of Iceland, said a 15-kilometer-long river of magma running under the peninsula was still active. That's why we're talking about an imminent eruption. Unfortunately, the most likely eruption site appears to be within the boundary of the town of Grindavik. Been concerned, remained dormant volcanic activity for 800 years before a 2021 eruption. Huh. Vosh, why do people build shit near active volcanoes? Because what? Like you're some kind of pussy? Like you're like a 12th century farmer and you're going to go like, I know what volcanology is. And also I'm not going to build my village because in 1,000 years there might be a volcano here. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, that's also true. Volcanic soil is very fertile. More than 20,000 tremors have been recorded in southwest Iceland since late October. God damn. Cracks from the volcanic activity have damaged roads in Grindavik. Can you imagine living in an area where you get like giant cracks into the earth and it's like, oh yeah, man, that's just the river of lava or magma, I guess, running under the crust, you know? Don't worry about it. Don't fall in though. The site was dormant for 8 centuries until eruptions in 2021, 2022, and 2023. All right, so they're having a bit of a goof. Having a bit of a goofy goober moment at the moment. Yeah, it was a good 800-year run. Iceland volcano.
Well, scientists say seismic activity has decreased in southwest Iceland, where hundreds of people have had to leave their homes over fears over a volcanic eruption. More than 1,000 earthquakes have hit the area since midnight, but they've mostly been weaker than those over the last couple of days. But experts do stress a 15-kilometre-long river of magma running under the peninsula is still active and poses a threat to nearby towns. Earlier on, I spoke to volcano expert Dr. Evgenia Ilinskaya. She told me more about the significance of these moments.
I guess it's both unusual and not unusual. We know that this part of Iceland is very volcanically and seismically active, and we know that every 1,000 years or so we get a long period of eruptions in this particular area, and pretty much right on time. The last eruptions have finished about 800 years ago, and now we're just starting a new eruptive episode of fires, as they're called locally.
So officials are evacuating people. Talk us through how dangerous this is.
People were evacuated around midnight on Friday night when there were geophysical...
Hold on, wait. Somebody suggested I look at video footage from 2021's eruption. Go, go, go. No copyrighted music. Hell yes, absolutely. You know, you live in Iceland, how much is there to do, really? You've got the Aurora Borealis, and how many people live in your country? 5? 10? Let's go. Hell yes. Wow, I would not want to be there. Seriously, I really don't understand being there. But okay. If it's just going to be music, I'll mute it. Like, it's hard to tell how far away this is because of, you know, perspective. That's the entire population of Iceland right there. Yeah, it might be. Volcanoes are literally like the most horrifying natural disaster scenario. Yeah, because like the big volcanoes are world-changing, like Krakatoa or whatever. They cool the planet for a couple years. Throughout the Middle Ages, there were like mini ice ages when every once in a while there'd be a gigantic volcanic eruption. It would just lower the temperature. And the last time that happened was in the 1800s, like the last big time that happened, right? So I guess we'll have it happen again eventually. How does that work? A volcano erupts and ejects like 1 billion cubic meters of shit in the atmosphere, and it forms a big cloud that covers the Earth and reflects more light. God damn. For what it's worth, I know people talk about it a lot, but my understanding is that experts are really not that worried about Yellowstone. Yellowstone has the potential to be a cataclysmic eruption, but if it did ever if it was ever a threat like that, we would know about it for years beforehand. Like, there's a ton of seismological research done around Yellowstone. If ever pressure started building in the crust, we would know about it. Like, dude, how close are they? I can't really tell how close they are because it really looks like they're within a few dozen feet of getting splattered with 5,000 degree lava. Okay. Whatever, man. Yeah, it could be the zoom. Ah, that's so pretty. That's so tasty looking. That's delicious. This is what good food looks like. This is what good eating looks like. Hell yes. Aren't there toxic fumes? Yes. It looks like that bitch from Hell of a Boss. The cotton candy. Dumbass tourists get way too close to the volcanoes, Vosh. It's a problem, unfortunately. That's, you know, this is a skill issue. I would simply not get within 5 feet of the 10 billion degree rock. Basil bub? Okay. God, that looks so tasty. The next big catastrophe might be in Seattle. A deadly earthquake will positively, absolutely ravage Seattle at some point. Here's how to survive it. I'll be fine, don't worry. I've got 5 cans of beans stacked up in the basement. We're good. God damn, look at that. They'll fall over. I was ready for the earthquake, but I wasn't ready for my 5 can tall tower of canned beans to fall over. God damn. Well, I think this is pretty cool. And this is the fissure that just emerged? Sure wouldn't want to fall in there. I see. You have guns. What the fuck is an earthquake gonna do? True! Did you know that if there's a high amount of sulfur in the ground, the lava is blue? Is this real? I guess because the flames at the top are burning blue. I guess that makes sense. That's pretty dope. Pretty magical. It looks like they're pretty far away, like 2 kilometers per the Visit Iceland website. Okay, so it's just the camera's zoom that's giving the impression that they're very close to what's happening. That makes sense. I mean, obviously they are pretty close right here. You can't really fake that, but that's when it's cooling already. What is this? About this is the town right now? What? This is from the magma racing underneath the town. It's like a fucking, it's like a monster in a thriller. Jesus Christ. It makes sense because when you look at lava flowing, I think that naturally when you imagine something flowing, you basically imagine it flowing like water. Because 99.999% of the time when we observe or experience anything flowing, it's water. But then you remember that magma has to be like 50 trillion times as impactful when it slams into shit underground, right? Ooh, you hate the pauses, don't you? Well, that's fucked. Woo! Why does it take white people so long to recognize danger? Well, if they're miles away, I mean, I don't know. Also, that's just how tourists are. Also, to be fair, I'm pretty sure that you could find plenty of videos of, like, I don't fucking know, native people around the world, or, like, non-white people that are near volcanic flow and being cool about it. God damn. Huh. Look, what matters is that the people in Iceland are having a good time. You know, stuff like this happens. We're never going to fully master our environment. There's always going to be the threat of, you know, natural disaster. As long as we get a good warning. Baking bread with lava in Iceland. So you're really gonna complain? Hell yes, dude. Surface temperature, 208 degrees. Nice. Yeah, they bury it under the, like, semi-cooled, sort of, like, volcanic ash, and then bring it back up. Probably not the most efficient energy transfer, but dudes do rock, yeah. They do use thermal energy in Iceland, though. Yeah, it's kind of a shame that thermal energy isn't more viable all around the world, because it seems like it's kind of the magic bullet, right? It's because, like, wind only works in places where there's wind, and wind turbines are really big. Solar, likewise. But with geothermal energy, most of that development is underground, and, like, space-wise, on the surface, it's really space efficient, you know? And it's essentially infinite. I mean, I guess the planet will cool in, like, 50 billion years, but, you know, that's not my problem. Geothermal can be used practically anywhere. Yeah, but in some places you have to dig way too far down. Also, I think the way the plate shifts can make it unviable. Like, it would get destroyed after a while. I don't really know. Okay. Depends, but they boil water for electricity. Well, that's how we make all electricity. Not true. Yeah, I'm obviously being sort of comedically simplistic here, but that is pretty much the bedrock of, you know, no pun intended, energy development. Hold on really quick. I have to roll through this because I realized that I almost forgot to. But okay, you know how Israel's been losing the propaganda war really badly with, like, AI photos of Voldemort being shocked and horrified by the crimes of Hamas, or Israel, like, cartoonishly lying about them striking hospitals or whatever. This is a brand new one, man. You saw it, right? This one's an all-timer.
Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people supporting, by their demonstrations, supporting Hamas. I want to show you something exclusive, Laura. So this...
That's right. Found this in Netanyahu's bedroom. No.
Is Adolf Hitler's book, translated to Arabic, Mein Kampf. It's the book that led to the Holocaust and the book that led to World War II. This is the book that led to his victory in elections in Germany, which led to the worst atrocity of humankind, which the British fought against. Well, this book was found just a few days ago in northern Gaza in a children's living room, which was turned into a military operation base of Hamas.
You think we're indiscriminately killing too many children? Well, we found this perfect, unmarred, undamaged Mein Kampf in a child's bedroom in, I assume he means bedroom, not living room, a child's bedroom in that's been turned into a Hamas base. It was specifically a child's bedroom, and that child's bedroom had been turned into a Hamas base. Like, the living room outside the bedroom was fine. It was that bedroom that was with... Yeah, just this newly published, clean, unmarred, looks like it was just printed, Mein Kampf, translated into Arabic in a child's bedroom. Incredible. Incredible.
On the body of one of the terrorists and murderers of Hamas, and he
on the body, no less. So, like, this was like this for a Hamas militant who, by the way, only operates out of children's bedrooms, which is why Israel keeps striking them. Okay, for a Hamas militant, keeping a copy of Mein Kampf on you is a little bit like when soldiers keep like a pocket Bible in their breast pocket in their fatigues. You know, just like, yeah, we found this Hamas militant who we killed presumably because we looted his body. So this guy's dead. We found in one of his pockets just the entire Mein Kampf. It was in his back jeans pocket.
Even marked. He wrote notes. He marked.
He wrote notes with little post-it notes in the Gaza Strip. He's a Hamas guy in your average Gaza Strip child's bedroom. Like, yes, okay, that's it. Good idea. Making sure to write it on the notes and not on the book itself to not, like, mar the Mein Kampf they're writing in.
He marked and learned again and again Adolf Hitler's ideology of hating the Jews, of killing the Jews, of burning the Jews, of slaughtering the Jews. This is the real warrior act. So all those who demonstrated yesterday, I'm not saying that all of them support Hitler.
Oh, by the way, in case you were wondering who this guy is, this is the president of Israel. Netanyahu's the prime minister. This guy's the president. He's on a news show, and he's holding up a pristine copy of a translated Mein Kampf, explaining to a news host how they just found this in the back pocket of a Hamas militant who they found killed in a child's bedroom in the Gaza Strip.
But all I'm saying is,
with notes in it,
by omitting to understand what Hamas ideology is all about, they're basically supporting this ideology.
There will be many people who were on this.
The real tragedy is that because they killed the Hamas militant that was in the child's bedroom where they established the classic copyright child's bedroom Hamas base, the real tragedy is that they weren't there to actually see him, because that Hamas militant was in fact reading Mein Kampf and shaking his head every once in a while. Like it's like the guys that you see on the subway stations where they're reading Mein Kampf and you're like, huh, and then they're like, and you're like, oh, okay, so he disapproves. Like the Hamas militant was doing that, but there's no way for us to see that now. Yeah, the one step up, I guess, in propaganda is that given how incompetent Israel has been at the propaganda war, I'm surprised that the front cover wasn't translated to Hebrew. To be fair, though, the Hamas charter is basically the protocols the elders signed. Bro, first of all, the entire story is made up, so I don't need to justify any concept. This was all made up, completely fake, obviously, like transparently so. It's a joke. Also, like, I'm not denying Hamas are anti-Semitic, but do you think they need to go to Mein Kampf for that? You realize that, like, if they wanted to call upon bodies of anti-Semitic hate literature, they would do it from Arab sources, right? Or, like, just anything regional. Like, have you ever read passages from Mein Kampf? It's not exactly like a multicultural guide to anti-Semitism. It's pretty Germany-specific, It's also very badly written. It's dumb. It's very obviously dumb. Probably written in a drug haze. Well, I guess he was in prison at the time from the beer hall putsch. Maybe not. Maybe he smuggled in some meth. Who knows, crazy stuff happened back then. He could have asked for some cough syrup and it just had heroin in it. Who knows? Anyway, like the idea of a Hamas militant just keeping a perfect, like, not even earmark, just a perfectly unmarred, annotated Mein Kampf. It's really funny. Also, for some reason, the Hamas guy was simultaneously leaving notes on Post-its in, by the way, beautiful handwriting, thank you, while also highlighting, like with a highlighter. Like, I'm not saying the Gaza Strip is in the 18th century or anything, but the idea of a Hamas militant, perfectly clean pages, by the way, just like, yes, really, really interested in this passage, you know? Like their electricity is cut out, they're getting bombed nonstop, their telephone lines have been cut, like they can barely get food or water, their fuel deliveries are being destroyed. And it's like, yes, here's my yeah, he's bringing this to like Hamas book club. Like one guy brings the Protocol of the Elder Zion, and the one guy brings fucking Mein Kampf. One guy brings, like, I don't know, like a 18th century phrenology, you know, pamphlet. Not gonna lie, it would have given this claim more credibility if it was a ratty-looking copy that looked to be 50,000 years old and half disintegrated, not freshly printed. Yeah, it's pretty bullshit in every level. The most obviously bullshit thing, or the thing that marks all of this as being complete bullshit, even with all of this, like, incredulous nonsense being piled on top of it, was the fact that he said, Hamas base in a child's bedroom. What? Like, if there was a Hamas base, it would not be a child's bedroom. Hamas bases are underground or facilities. They're not, like, the implication is that, like, the base is contained within the child's bedroom. Like, there's a compound in the room or something. The only reason he said that is because they're getting criticized for killing so many children indiscriminately. So they're like, well, you may think we're killing children indiscriminately, but did you know that the child's bedrooms we're bombing are also just packed full of pristine annotated copies of Mein Kampf? Like, this is literally like the joke of what an edgy leftist would say to make fun of Israeli propaganda. Like, as a matter of fact, I might have made this joke. Where it's like any day now the IDF is going to hold up a copy of Mein Kampf and be like, yeah, we found this in a child's baby's crib or whatever, like in a baby crib. Yeah, so like whatever. But like, you can't joke about it because it's real. That's not, I might have made that joke, but it's not even a joke. They just did that. It's such a stupid looking front cover too. Like, I don't know if it's like an Arabic culture thing. Like maybe they like their book covers like non-abstract or something. It's reading this on the subway and shaking my head. He looks like an angry toddler. To be fair, he did look like that in real life. Yeah, they found this in the child's skull. He moody. Oh, we all know Hitler was a moody bitch. He lived for drama. Never invite him to your parties. I feel like I should probably tie this back into something a little bit more substantive than just the IDF did a really dumb lie that everyone is making fun of. And everyone is making fun of it, by the way. I don't know. I've talked before about how bad Israel is doing with regard. Okay, here, you know what? Let's turn this around and do a bit of anti-Nazi praxis, okay? How can Nazis simultaneously believe that Jews managed to pull off faking the Holocaust, which is, if they could fake it, that would be the biggest and most impressive sort of social engineering lie ever done in human history by several orders of magnitude. And also, this is how bad the IDF is at lying. Explain that, Nazis. Like these are the people who you're saying masterminded the whole the whole like faking the Holocaust, like all the evidence. All the millions of photos and videos and testimonials and people with documented historical records and all the Nazi officials who admitted it and all the supply lines, and the trains and the purchases and all of that was faked. And also, this is how the IDF lies. Please explain this to me. I was led to believe these guys were mastermind liars, and I'm just not buying it right now. Yeah, your enemy is both fucking genius and retarded. Your enemy is both Rick and Morty. Oh my god. It's fake bad propaganda to trick us into think that, oh shit, you're right, it's the turnabout. It's like the IDF is like, oh, they're gonna catch on to us. We have to be really bad at lying for this whole genocide of Palestinians thing, so people, you know, people don't suspect us of being masterminds. Incredible. We also got a Zionist rabbi saying the Nazis have a spark of humanity to own Hamas. Yeah, I saw this. I love it when people like this say stuff like this, because it really is like an opening into the sort of dark heart of Zionism. I feel basically, like, I don't even want to read this entire thing. I guess you can if you want to, or pause the VOD or something. But like, basically what he's saying is like, yeah, the Nazis were bad, but at least they were humans. Hamas aren't. That literally, like, that's what he's saying. The Nazis, as fundamentally evil as they were, I don't even want to say it out loud because I'll get clipped for saying what he's saying, believed they were engaging in a necessary evil for an ultimate good. They still had a spark of humanity at their core. This is what motivated Nazis to find ways of circumventing the existential mordecai of what they were doing that allowed them to get creative by using gas chambers, mass shootings in the back of the head to avoid direct facial contact and other passive forms of mass annihilation. So you see, so deep down in their hearts, I guess, according to this guy, the Nazis were actually like humanitarian and they had a spark of good and they felt guilty. But you're never going to guess Hamas is the opposite. They're super evil. This is Holocaust revisionism, the same as what Netanyahu did. Netanyahu did this exact same thing. He said that the Holocaust was not Hitler's idea, but that he was convinced to do it by an Arab. This is a flat-out lie. Nobody believes this, including Netanyahu. It was a transparent effort to take the pent-up generational trauma that Jews legitimately feel towards the Nazis and transfer it over towards hatred against Arab people. And this is exactly what this guy's doing too. He's like, hey man, I know you hate Nazis and all, but you know who's double Nazis? Hamas. And by the way, in case you're wondering whether or not this is just some random lunatic who like got ratioed for what he said, nope. 43,000 likes. This actually finds purchase in the Zionist sort of clientele that it's designed for, the audience that it's designed for. This is not some like 7,000 quote tweets thing. This is just like what they believe. In order for them to maintain the fervent genocidal rage they feel against Arab people, they have to say shit like this. And they have to say shit like this. Like, how do you motivate a population of, like, imagine you have no morals. How do you motivate a population of primarily Jews and people ostensibly acting on behalf of the good interest of Jews to engage in a genocide against Arab people? Well, the number one thing you'd come up with would be like, well, make them think that they did the Holocaust. And that's what Netanyahu did. And the number two thing you would think of is say, yeah, the Nazis were bad, but you know who's worse? And they've done that. And like, that's the level they're on right now. Isn't this propaganda aimed more so at the West? Yes. The majority of Israeli propaganda at the moment is aimed towards keeping America on their side. The reason for that is because in Israel, they can just arrest detractors. That's what they're doing. Like in Israel, if there's a person who's trying to fight the war effort, they just arrest them. They've made thousands of arrests since October 7th. But if you're in America, they can't arrest you for disagreeing with them yet. Netanyahu has bragged that anti-BDS laws have made it illegal to protest against or boycott Israeli companies in certain states. Reminds me of when Russia did this at the start of the Ukraine war when they, quote, caught Ukrainian neo-Nazi terrorists and said they have proof of Nazi activity. And everyone was just confused why the FSB was posting pictures of Sims 3 Game of the Year edition. Oh yeah, I remember that. It was like the Russians were like, we have cracked this like Ukrainian neo-Nazi Ukrainian sleeper cell nest. And there were copies of The Sims 3 here. And apparently the reason for this, or like the only reason we think that it happened, was like they were given a list of things to go buy at a department store to lay on a bed so they could pretend they made a bust. So here's a completely fresh, unworn Nazi t-shirt, you know, whatever else. But they were asked to bring SIM cards or something like that. So they were like, what? And they got Sims games. Like this was like... Observers believe the agents planting evidence somehow confused 3 mobile phone SIM cards for the video game The Sims 3. If you're wondering how like anyone operating on behalf of the Russian government could be that stupid, here's the IDF trying to convince you that they found this in the back pocket of a Hamas terrorist that was operating out of a base in a specifically child's bedroom. Same shit, different country. Man. What were they supposed to buy instead of the SIM cards? Well, SIM cards was what they were supposed to get, like what you put in a phone, rather than The Sims 3. TBH, The Sims 3 is a war crime. True, the only good Sims games were 1 and 2. They had a lot of good stuff in 1, and then in 2 they added a bunch, and then since then they've been removing content. Like Sims 1 to Sims 2 added content. Sims 2 to 3 and 4 removed content. I guess you can buy it back if you want to spend more money. 1 is perfect. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with 1 when I was younger. Isn't less content good sometimes? In the case of a Sims game, I don't think so, no. Sims games are pretty shallow, right? I mean, they're basically, like, the only real fun in a Sims game is, like, ultra customizing your house. It's not like streamlining things. Like, streamlining doesn't really serve the purpose of those games, I feel. The music from 1 is great. Dude, I still have the music from Sims 1 play in my head when I'm having, like, a 5 IQ brain fart sometimes. The... You know what I'm what I'm referring to, right? This is what was going on in the minds of the Israeli propaganda ministers. Can I find that music? Sims 1 shopping music? Would that be... Is this it? IDF propaganda minister cooking up this scheme. All right. Sorry. Yeah, I covered it last stream, Hannibal. That's where this music is from? Yeah, from Sims 1. Have you seen the finale of Attack on Titan? No, but I read Attack on Titan like ages ago. I haven't seen any from season 3. Does the anime add anything or change anything, or is it just an extremely high production animated rendition of the material from the manga? Subtle changes? Okay, does it fix the ending? It changes the ending meaningfully. Okay, does it change... I'm not spoiling. Does it change the line where the guy sat down and was like, thank you for doing this bad thing so we didn't have to? Did it change that part? It did? Ugh, okay. Okay. All right. Maybe I will watch it. That's exactly what they changed. Okay, dude, that shit was like... Okay. Man. God. They made it worse? I guess that remains to be seen. The ending felt really awful in the manga because it felt like fascist politics. Dude, it was like the death of themes. The whole point of the manga, as I read it, moving forward, a lot of people said it was fascist, and I disagreed. It seemed like the message from the manga moving forward was about the cycle of violence and how bad and mutually destructive it is. And then at the end of the manga, it's like the writer threw his arms up in the air, and he was like, how do you end the cycle of violence? With the biggest violence of all time. That's the only way to stop it. And then, like, the biggest violence of all time happens, and everyone's like, wow, that was pretty bad, but also necessary. Violence is necessary. And manga. Literally, that, like, fuck. Oh, for sure, Canoe. It doesn't even end the cycle of violence. It's shown to keep going years after. Maybe if they showed that, like, it was wrong, or like maybe I'm misremembering, because I feel like that could actually be a good bit if they did that, and then at the end it was shown that didn't fix anything either. But then that's so nihilistic. Guys, I am so sick and tired of themes and narratives that are basically just, hey, did you know this doesn't work and this sucks? Like, be aspirational. This is one of the reasons why I'm getting a little bit tired of cyberpunk narratives. Not the game specifically. I'm really enjoying the game. But like the genre. And that's because, guys, I've seen a million worlds where capitalism goes wrong. I get it. I know. Show me something good. The last thing I remember that even came close to that was Star Trek The Next Generation, where they were like, you know, yeah, the future literally just is a utopia. It's not perfect everywhere, but the Federation does its best to keep, you know, utopian conditions for people as much as is possible. I know that exists. I'm not saying it's totally absent. I'm just saying we need a little bit more aspirational shit, right? Yeah, I like Solarpunk. It's kind of like, it's the reason I don't care that much for The Boys, but I really enjoyed reading Invincible, because the impression that I get from watching The Boys is that it's misery porn for people who like to jerk themselves off for how smart they are to realize that superheroes would actually be corporate stooges. And the Invincible, in all 50 trillion of its pages, which I read all of, doesn't like solve the issue, but it at least grapples with it. I feel like there's an earnest effort in the comic Invincible to go like, yeah, superheroes are actually like monstrously dangerous, but let's, like, you know, try to build something here. Remember, for those of you who have read it, remember when Invincible becomes an eco-terrorist with a dinosaur? Like he pairs up with an intelligent like velociraptor or something, and they start like doing eco-terrorism, and somebody goes up to Invincible and they're like, why are you doing eco-terrorism with a dinosaur? And Invincible's like, we need to do something better than what we're doing. You're... Sounds based, IMO. Yeah, read it. It'll take the animated series like 20 seasons to get to the ending, so you might as well just read it. What do you think about the Picard show doing the actually the Federation was corrupt and evil and awful and fascistic the entire time retcon? I haven't seen Picard, though I want to, but I've heard about that and I really don't like it. Again, like we have, and I know, and by the way, the Next Generation did episodes where they made it clear there was corruption and graft and crime in the Federation. What about the one where on the Enterprise they hosted an admiral, and Picard loved the admiral and saw her as an aspirational figure, and it became increasingly clear the admiral was a war hawk who was willing to lie if it meant like conflict and stirring up political drama she could benefit from. And then the conclusion of the episode was Drumhead. Yeah, and the conclusion of the episode was like, wow, fuck this bitch, basically. Amazing episode. It showed there were problems within the Federation. You have to be vigilant always of political corruption, but it wasn't so nihilistic that it made it out to be like the Federation is rotten to its core. It seemed like she was one rotten person who was very smart and competent and made her way to the top, but it wasn't like, because the cynical thing they could have done at the end of Drumhead would have been for Picard to report like, hey, this admiral's super corrupt, and he's talking to another admiral, and the other admiral's like, that's crazy, bro. We'll deal with it. Wink, and then close, and it's like, oh, I guess the whole Federation is corrupt. But that would have been lazy and stupid. Like, what actually happens is that she's found out for her crimes, and, like, she gets her comeuppance because the Federation is full of good people. Like, how rare is that these days? Everyone wants to prove how cynical they are. Everyone wants to prove, oh, I'm smart enough to realize things can be bad. Wow, you think things can be bad? What a incredible, what great wisdom. What an incredible fucking revelatory contribution you've made to human cinema, to media. Things can be bad? That's crazy. Me reading fucking Iliad and the Odyssey to experience this trope, this theme. Like, there's nothing naive about optimism, and there's nothing intelligent about pessimism. Cynicism can be good, but it has to be appropriately applied. Yes, this is one of the things that I really like about One Piece. Yeah. This is something I'm really liking about the Witcher books. The world sucks, but they also never fall into pessimism. Yeah, I agree. The Witcher books and the Witcher universe is really gritty, but I don't think it's ever that pessimistic. When you play the Witcher games or read the books, even though a lot of things are bad and a lot of people in power are bad, there's an underlying humanity that keeps, like, reasserting itself that you can point to and go, maybe things are really bad, but it's always worth fighting for. And that, if anything, is like the message, right? That's like a recurring impression that you get. Yeah. Would you say Dune falls into this? I haven't read all of Dune, so I can't really say. But Dune comes across to me as quite cynical and pessimistic, though it could still be so in an intelligent way. I just don't think that in and of itself that is enough to make something intelligent. Disco Elysium. Disco Elysium is another great example of a story that is extremely cynical without falling into pessimism. Like learning about the lore. Disco Elysium is like more hellish in its lore than fucking 40K, and I'm not joking. Like, for those of you who haven't played it, I'm not going to spoil, and don't spoil it in chat, but when you learn about the world of Disco Elysium, it is more despair-inducing than essentially any other fictitious universe that I've ever seen or like read about in any, like, insanely so. But fundamentally, it's a human and optimistic story about, growth and recovery and redemption and caring about your fellow man. Disco Elysium literally ends with a dialogue rejecting despair and choosing hope. Yep. Yeah, Hope Chad's rejecting despair cells. I died by looking too closely at a light bulb and never played it again. I should give it another shot. It's just, the best written game ever made. So if you want to experience that and change your life forever, you can. If you could go back to playing more Destiny, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a cunt. Yeah. I don't play Destiny, I play Paradox games. That is not better. I say, having played Factorio for the past, 2 weeks. Okay. I didn't mean to. Yeah, okay. We're bringing it back. Hey, how about we get a little bit of good news, huh? The current Pope is probably the most progressive by far that there ever has been. I guess given the fact that popes have been around for a long time, that's a pretty relative statement, but the current Pope is good as popes go. Woke Pope. Wope, one might say. Just 2 days ago, he said that priests can baptize transgender people. Now, obviously, this comes with a qualifier. as long as doing so doesn't create public scandal or confusion among the faithful, which is, I think, a pretty standard addition to the statement. So take that with a grain of salt, as you will. However, please understand that in the context of Catholicism, this is a massive step forward, okay? Keep in mind, it was only about 70 years ago that the Vatican II happened, and the Vatican stopped officially blaming Jews for the death of Christ. Okay, we're rapidly shifting from an era where, like, you know, Catholics, you know, like Nazi Catholic, you know, shaking hands over hating Jewish people, to where we are today, more progressive than your average rightoid. Pope Francis has repeatedly held through his papacy that the document reiterates the church is not a toll house, doesn't want more complaints nailed to a door, and that the door of baptism should not be closed to anyone. The document, which was signed by Cardinal Victor Manuel Fernandez, says the church was not offering approval or disapproval of the idea of gender identity. Pope Francis has referred to the specific understandings of gender theory that include trans people as a form of ideological colonization, and the document makes clear the baptism of transgender people should not cause scandal. I want to qualify this because I'm not making the argument that the Vatican is, like, radically pro-trans. But, let's read a little further. The term scandal in Roman Catholic theology has a specific meaning different to the more common use of the term to mean moral outrage. Rather, the catechism, I don't know if I said that correctly, of the Catholic Church describes scandal as, quote, an attitude or behavior which leads another to do evil. The person who gives scandal becomes his neighbor's tempter. So in this case, by scandal, what they mean, catechism, thank you. In this case, what they mean by scandal, they mean, like, provoking sin in others, essentially. That definition goes on to say that someone causing scandal, quote, damages virtue and integrity, and that doing so could draw, quote, his brother into spiritual death. The new Vatican document says trans people, as well as people in same-sex relationships, can be baptismal sponsors and witnesses at weddings. That's a pretty... Again, we're grading on a curve here, okay? Keep in mind, there are hundreds of millions of Catholics. There are many, 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 many people who hang on the word of the Pope. This is an unbelievably huge shift since the previous Pope, the previous administration, or papacy, I suppose. We'll get to that, Air Strikal. We'll get to that, Tootie Siggy. These questions came before the Dicastery for the Doctrine of the Faith, in part because official Catholic teaching, according to the Catechism of, I love saying that, Catechism of the Catholic Church, is that same-sex sexual behavior is a grave sin and that homosexuality is objectively and intrinsically disordered. Pope Francis's approach, however, has been to repeatedly welcome LGBTQ plus people into the church, once saying, who am I to judge? Who am I to judge? Who am I to judge when asked about gay couples? Okay, so I'm not an expert in Catholicism, but here's my understanding of how this is going down, okay? Most people who consider themselves like traditional Catholics, all right, believe that homosexual sex is a sin, a man laying with a man and women with women, whatever. Now, the line that often gets used is hate the sin, love the sinner, which ostensibly means you might say that the sex itself is a sin, but that doesn't mean to be gay is sinful. Now, that is in and of itself still homophobic. I'm not saying it's not. However, if applied textually, that is significantly more progressive than the moral denunciation of people simply being homosexual. The problem is that in practice, people who say hate the sin, love the sinner, also hate the sinner. Like, a significant portion of people who say, oh, we're not homophobic, we just think it's a sin to commit the act, also discriminate against gay people. What the Pope is doing here is being textually consistent. By saying that gay and trans people can be godparents and witnesses at weddings, by saying that they can be baptized, even if the church still officially denounces the act of homosexual sex, this is a more consistent treatment and is therefore better than the inconsistent dishonesty that was previously like the standard affair of the Catholic Church. And what's more, and this really depends on who you talk to, but my understanding is that textually speaking, it is not the responsibility for a Catholic to pass judgment on another of their flock, or even on another of another flock. Essentially, what Pope Francis is saying by responding, "Who am I to judge?" when asked about queer people in the church, he's saying, that's not my deal. Let God decide. Now, again, I don't mean to say this is radically progressive. The Pope still no doubt believes that it is a sin to have, male on male sex. But I want to, I guess, contextualize the Catholic understanding of sin relative to other places where it appears. Catholics sin all the time. That's why they have confessionals. Like, the idea of if you sin once you're out, that's bullshit, okay? Anyone who says that about gay sex, like anyone who would imply you're going to hell purely for like lying with another man or whatever, total bullshit. The whole point of confessional is that you speak your sins and are forgiven, Hail Mary, blah, blah, blah. That's the whole fucking point. So essentially, imagine Pope Francis might say, it's a sin to, covet thy neighbor or whatever. But would he then excommunicate someone for doing so? No. Can you imagine a church that excommunicated everyone who coveted? You wouldn't have a flock. There would be you wouldn't have anyone. Everyone covets. Everyone. So I think what we're seeing here, I just want people to understand how progressive this is, because what it looks like is happening is that the Pope is enforcing a more consistent attitude on sin with regards to queer people. One that treats acts of queerness, like a man lying with a man, the same way a Catholic would treat, coveting thy neighbor. That is to say, it's bad, it's sinful, but it's not an existentially invalidating thing the way they have hypocritically deemed it to be in the past. Does that make sense? Does everyone understand what I'm like? There's a big difference between saying, I think that gay sex is a sin, but gay people are still free to participate in the flock, and also you can just confess your sins, and believing that gay people are an abomination, which has been the default line before. Huge, huge step. So yeah. The statement says that too many bishops and priests have made it difficult for members of the queer community to receive sacraments, which are central to the lives of Catholics. You guys have no idea how much this might shift the lives of queer people living in predominantly Catholic countries. Like Italy, Spain, sure. Latin America, I mean, Mexico and South, man, a lot of Catholics down there. And I know not all of them hang on the words of the Pope. Catholics have mixed opinions on the Pope. For example, fake American neo-Nazi trad-caths who convert to get out of their porn addiction hate the Pope. But they're not real Catholics anyway. They just like Deus Vult memes. Many people who actually are Catholic care. Do you think all this is because the Pope is a liberal PR team? No. I don't want to sound like one of those Jesus Christ was a hippie or a socialist types, because I'm not. But I do think that this current Pope, Pope Francis, is being more consistent and more biblically accurate in his translation of the text. If the popes of years past understood that sin was human and you could confess your sin away, there's no reason why that wouldn't conceptually apply. I think the world that's implied in what he's building, that like the world that this could build, is one where in predominantly Catholic countries, if you are gay and you come out to your hardline Catholic parents, they might roll their eyes and treat it the same way as if you talked about how you got in a fight at school, or you get caught having done some drinking or something when you're 17 or whatever. They would treat it like one of those sinful things that humans just do, but you can, go to confessional. And again, that's still homophobic, but that's a hell of a lot better than the historical attitude which is that being gay is some kind of extra special, ultra secret evil sin that is so disqualifying for your humanity that you stay in the closet your whole life. You know? Does that make sense? Does everyone understand? How long-standing do you think his statements will be? Well, it's possible for people to go back on like the words of former popes, but he's literally the Pope. I mean, in terms of how much his words mean, he's pretty up there. Presidents go back on their words more often than popes do by a big margin. So, yeah. It's a big deal. For the Clippers in the back, you should specify that you don't mean this is a good point to settle down, and you don't mean you expect no further progress ever. I hope, as long as people are religious, I hope those religions are progressive and treat queer people equally to non-queer people. That being said, we should still recognize how big of a step up this is. And I would much rather, like, gay people in conservative Catholic families in Mexico have parents who go, oh, you're gay? Well, okay, we can talk about that. Than being like kicked out of their house or beaten to death. You know, like the in terms of like the scale of harm here. If you're a Catholic parent, you have to forgive sin from your children because again, everyone sins. Everyone. It's not like Protestantism where people fucking pretend that they live perfect lives or whatever. Like the whole point of being Catholic is going to the church and going to the confessional booth, not getting molested. That's a big part. That's a big that's a big part of the skill involved. And confessing your sins. So as long as it gets treated like any other sin, that's a big step up. Oh, by the way, I do think that the destigmatization of homosexuality in the church will lead to a reduction in pedophilia as well. Because I think that there is an almost like one-to-one direct line between the sexual abuse of children from the churches and a culture of sexual conservatism and sexual moralizing in Catholicism. And this isn't not just like in a people being out gay like fixes because it's more complicated than that. It's more about the culture of repression, I think, that contributes to the the abuses in a lot of cases. Didn't the Pope say priests can fuck women now? Is that true? Pope, priest, sexual relation. Oh. Pope Francis signals openness to blessings for same-sex couples. This was from a couple months ago. That's not what we were talking about, though. But that's also really good, by the way. That's really good, by the way. I don't know if he said that. I think it would be considered extremely controversial if he said that priests could have relations. They're not supposed to do that. Whatever the case may be, there was another positive story. Look at this. Pope Francis, same guy, removes a leading U.S. conservative critic as bishop of Tyler, Texas. My man got yoinked. Pope Francis, a.k.a. the living voice of God, ordered the removal of the bishop of Tyler, Texas, a conservative prelate active on social media who's been a fierce critic of the pontiff and has come to symbolize the polarization within the U.S. Catholic hierarchy. I'm guessing this guy was more of a tradcath type, aka a Nazi, but I don't know that. I'll give it a look. A one-line statement from the Vatican said Francis had relieved Bishop Joseph Strickland of the pastoral governance of Tyler and appointed the Bishop of Austin as the temporary minister. One line. Fucking smiting. Strickland, 65, has emerged as the leading critic of Francis, accusing him in a tweet earlier this year of undermining the deposit of faith. He has been particularly critical of Francis's recent meeting on the future of the Catholic Church, during which hot-button issues were discussed, including ways to better welcome queer Catholics. See, not only is he putting forward unprecedentedly progressive messaging on queer people, he is smiting the homophobes. Well, they're all homophobes textually, but you understand what I mean. Let's frame this in context if we can. I swear to God, I've heard the name Strickland before. In fact, I'm almost positive I've heard of Bishop Joseph Strickland, or former bishop. It's so weird seeing a bishop who doesn't look Italian. Like, what are you doing, man? Just like go be Protestant. What are you doing? You look like a wasp. Be a Protestant. What are you doing? Let me look at this guy's Twitter. Do you think he's seething? I would be. Huh. Well. He's being referred to here as a darling of right-wing Twitter. God damn, look at the drip, though. Oh, here we go. A firebrand prelate who in recent years questioned the safety of the coronavirus vaccines called synodality. New word? Synodality. Catholic Church term used to describe the process of fraternal collaboration and discernment that bodies of the synod of bishops were created to... Okay. And endorsed a video that attacked Francis himself as a diabolically disoriented clown. Dog, how the fuck do you think you're going to keep your station in the church if you're calling the fucking Pope a diabolically disoriented clown? He's the voice of God. This is like, if you're Catholic, you can't... I mean, they do, but you can't go against the Pope. He's not just a guy. Okay. He has been relieved of his post. That language, not typical in Vatican diplomatic speak, appears to indicate that Strickland had refused requests to resign. Nice. Where is he on the pedo scale? This guy's almost certainly a pedophile. The shocking part for me was not that Strickland was going against Pope Francis, but seeing a Catholic bishop behaving like a fundamentalist Protestant. Yes! This is a huge diss from Massimo Fagioli, theologian and church historian at Villanova University. That just... I am shocked and dismayed for Mr. Fagioli to see one of our own acting like a fucking Protestant. That's what I like to see. Oh, this is his Twitter. Okay, I don't know what... Never mind. Strickland also disagreed with the Pope's call for resignation against other bishops being caught in a sex scandal. Oh, well, there you go. Pedophile confirmed. Sex abuse scandal. August 2018. Released a letter accusing several high-ranking prelates, including Pope Francis, of covering up allegations of sexual abuse against former Cardinal Theodore McCarrick, calling him responsible, declaring Francis to resign. Strickland stated he found Vigano's allegations credible. Strickland said he never agreed with Vigano calling for the Pope's resignation. He was satisfied with the Holy See's investigation. Okay, that's a little bit more complicated. This is more internal politics than it is him just flat out being pro-pedo. He's still pro-pedo, of course. He's still a pedophile. But this in particular is a little more complicated. Politics. He said, after Pastor James Altman made a video saying you cannot be Catholic and a Democrat, Strickland told his followers to heed this message. Okay, so this guy's just a Protestant. This guy just acts like a fundamentalist Protestant. You can't fucking say you can't be a Catholic and be a Democrat. Are you insane? I'm surprised he didn't get ousted earlier. Spoke at a rally in D.C. held by supporters of President Donald Trump who were trying to overturn the... Dude, he was a fucking insurrectionist. I agree with his removal from the church. Anyway, I don't know. I just feel like it's been a pretty good week for the papacy. Don't you guys think so? I think it's pretty good. You know, there's like a fucking 1.3 billion Catholics. How many Catholics on Earth? Yeah, 1.36 billion. Which is a lot. It's a lot of people. Give me the chart. Give me the chart. Too many? Okay, again, I've gotten hate for this before, but from the perspective of an anti-theist, I vastly prefer Catholics to Protestants. For one, Catholics, like, the problem is, like, regardless of what the actual text says, like, Protestant evangelicals are the most dangerous force in America by far, so I am biased in that sense. But also, it seems like Catholics have a bit of... My experience with knowing Catholics, like knowing human Catholics, not online, not in politics, whatever, just knowing people who are Catholic, is that they are occasionally informed by a moral center that seems to be structured by the religion. That is to say, they will do something bad and think, oh, I'm a Catholic, I shouldn't do that. They'll feel guilty about it. That's a big Catholic thing. And it will, like, influence their behavior. I have never met a Protestant who did this. In my life, in my experience, I have never once met a Protestant who did something bad or was going to do something bad, paused, thought, no, my faith should guide me to better behavior, and didn't. That every time I've encountered a Protestant who invokes their religion, it has been in the context of them justifying things they already wanted to do. There are plenty of Catholics who do that too, but, you know. Also, Catholics are better churches. Yeah, the Pope finally played the copy of Undertale he was given. Yes, I'm sure conservatives are not happy at all about the Pope dismissing that bishop. By Protestant, do you mean evangelical or broadly, or genuinely broader Protestant faiths? Well, I'm referring to all Protestants that I've ever known. However, like Protestants, you guys are responsible for the evangelical community. That's the most politically powerful bloc of Protestants in the United States. Like, obviously, I'm sure if I met, like, I haven't met every denomination of Protestant. There is a billion of you guys, you know? The Nazis were also more popular among Protestants. Yeah, I think I remember reading that. Oh, yeah. Religion and Nazi vote shares, a geographic distribution of Protestants and Catholics. Where over here, the darker the area, the more Catholic, and over here, the darker the area, the more Nazi votes. Pretty much a directly inverse proportion. Isn't Matt Walsh a Catholic? Like most conservative demagogues, Matt Walsh does not actually believe in religion. Matt Walsh is almost certainly one of those tradcath neocon, not neocon, neo-Nazi types. The idea that Matt Walsh might be a Nazi is not exactly like a hard line to sell me on, you know? He acts like an alt-righter in basically every way he can. You know, he acts almost identically to them. Yeah, it's like Catholic in name only. They don't care. A lot of people in this is like a symbol of America's spiritual rot, I think. There are many Americans who are very far right who associate Western traditionalism with Catholicism. So what they'll do is they'll do this whole the West is dying shit, and then they'll go like, yeah, actually, I'm a tradcath. Look at the Crusades. Look at our big cathedrals. Look at the cool clothing we wear, blah, blah. Now, in reality, they don't actually do anything Catholic. They don't go to confessional. They don't participate in any of the, they don't do that. They don't go to church. But it's like a LARPy badge, a medallion that they wear to give them more like authentic trad credibility, which conflates with the fact that at the moment, the Catholic Church is actually shifting more and more to the left. Yes, exactly. I'm a gold dude. A perfect example of how little they actually believe in what they say. A lot of the previous tradcath types are now moving over to the Orthodoxy because the Christian Orthodoxy Church is almost completely controlled by the Russian government. Like the head of the Orthodoxy and the Kremlin are like hand in hand. Very, very direct line with each other. So now that the Catholic Church is going woke, they can go with the Orthodox Church, which is why 5 years ago there were a bunch of fake tradcath bitches, and now there's a bunch of fake trad Orthodox Church bitches, you know? Oh, this is what was said earlier. Pope Francis says Catholic Church banning priests from engaging in sex is temporary. The Catholic Church began requiring celibacy in the 11th century. Please let priests fuck again. Dude, if you could just let priests be normal fucking people and have wives that they could pump thick loads into on the nightly if they want to, like, just let normal people be, like, you have to be a freak to be a priest. Like, celibacy, are you fucking kidding me? Like, come on, let normal people be priests, please. When you debated Big Papa Fascist and he said he was Orthodox. Remember when I debated Big Papa Fascist and he was like, no, I'm not Catholic, I'm Orthodox. And I was like, oh, what are the differences? And he's like, well, the differences are that Catholics agree with us, but we don't agree with them. I was like, okay, so what do you disagree on? Nothing. Like he doesn't know the difference between Catholic and Orthodox, because again, to him it's just like a Nazi badge of like, yeah, dude, it's so transparent. He lied about that part as well. Well, he lied about everything. That was the silliest conversation I've had in the entire history of the channel. I've never had a guy ask me, hey, what policies would fix this, while I'm reading out loud a study explaining how a policy would fix it, and he's just talking over me to deny that it would work while I read the study that says it would work. Like, I've never experienced this before. This is fully new to me. Vosh, for what it's worth, each regional church is broadly self-governing. The Greeks don't always get along with the Russians, etc. Okay. I think that, like, most of the Orthodoxy, I think, tends to align pretty heavily with the Kremlin. But yeah, that's true. I don't know much about Greek Orthodoxy, so maybe Greek Orthodox wait, hold on. Greek Orthodox Church. We'll decide based on how rad a cathedral I can find is. That will be how we decide whether or not the Greek Orthodoxy is cool. Here's a Greek Orthodox church in Columbus, Ohio. Yeah. Wait, this image is not very good. Here, Holy Trinity Greek Orthodox Church. I'm converting. Ugly? Ugly? Are you insane? Are you... Hold on, guys. I found a picture of the most attractive Protestant church. There we go. See, the guy stands up here. You can tell it's the most attractive one because they have this nice couch in the back. See, that's not the stuff that you would normally get. Fuck Proddies, dude. All right, moving on. Orthodox churches are gaudy. You're allowed to be gaudy when you're literally the house of God. That's okay. If there's any, like, cultural pretext or justification for having an over-the-top gaudy interior design, I guess attitude, it would be then. It'd be there. Want to see a Catholic basilica? Yeah, man. Pretty. I think Seattle has a couple of nice cathedrals. Yeah, this is the St. James Cathedral in... Can I get a non super low res picture? Is that okay? Is that legal? Is that okay? Are they like all super low res? What the fuck? Here we go. That's pretty good, you know. I like the red touches. Yeah, it looks good. Really nice ceiling work here, too. Really intricate. Looks nice. The lights are ugly. Whatever. Let's not get caught up in our architectural circle jerk again. See, isn't it nice to have some good news? I know that things are really bad out there, but the idea of 1.36 billion Catholics at some point or another being culturally, shifted by, unprecedentedly progressive queer rulings from the Pope, I think that's pretty nice. Here's a pretty Protestant one. Vosh had met an Irish Catholic woman at McDonald's once. She told me about the Hail Mary, Mother of God thing. Yeah, they do that a lot. Yeah. This is Protestant. This looks pretty good. Memes aside, looks pretty great. All right. No more links. We could do this forever. Yes, it is an American thing, Bolshevik, to a large extent. Bad news, there were reports from Gaza that U.S. troops are on the ground. That link doesn't work. Could you fix that link, please? I don't think that's true. Well, the United States said they would be sending... Oh, here we go. I have the link. I fixed it, because my brain is big. Palestinian survivors from Al-Nasir neighborhood in Gaza have reported seeing U.S. soldiers on the ground with the Israeli occupation forces. According to testimonies by Palestinians displaced from Al-Nasir neighborhood, American soldiers were on the ground participating in Israel's offensive in Gaza. Okay. Be cautious. First of all we have at the moment are anecdotal reports. If there are troops with boots on the ground, we will know about it. Can't really hide that. Having U.S. flags in their uniform and speaking English is not in and of itself enough to determine whether or not they're U.S. troops. And we're also talking about testimonials from people who are like fleeing and being shot at. For two, we do know that there were troops who were being prepared to be deployed to Israel in administrative capacities. I do not think there's any reason for Biden to use troops to actually participate in the siege on Gaza. Like, I don't think that would benefit anyone. The IDF doesn't need them. It would be logistically complicated to coordinate their activities. Israel, they're carpet bombing an area the size of like Chicago. I'm pretty sure the IDF has it covered. It would be really weird to go like, oh, here we can help on something that's already so politically unpopular when we're already supporting with 2 naval carrier groups off the coast. We'll see though. We'll see. We'll see. Unless they're there to be supervisors. We don't supervise the IDF. American soldiers might be there in an administrative capacity, in which case they might be onlookers, but they can't really supervise. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to say that I think it's important for us to focus occasionally on a bit of good news with regards to the Pope thing. That could positively affect the lives of a lot of people. There was something that I wanted to go over, but I'm kind of questioning the wisdom of going over it. Somebody linked this to me the other day, and I didn't read over it because I don't like reading very long articles. It feels like I'm kind of content ripping, and it doesn't seem very interesting to the viewer, apart from just getting to listen to me read stuff. It's also very tiring to read something, then react, then read, then react. I don't get much time to breathe. But then, in between last stream and this one, I did read a little bit of it, and wow, this is getting a lot of traction. The extreme ambitions of West Bank settlers. Extreme ambitions is euphemistic here. It is very clear where the interviewer stands with regards to this. Isaac Chotiner conducted an interview where he spoke to a settler in Israel, And to be clear, by the way, by settler, what we mean here, we don't mean like the sort of ambiguous, oh, well, they're in historically Palestinian territory. What they mean in this case is a person in the West Bank who deliberately, willfully volunteered to take a Palestinian's home and occupy it because they want to be personally involved in the conquest of this territory and the displacement of Palestinian people. So this is, yeah. So this is why I want to be careful with terms like settler, because, okay, so is every American a settler in the like historical context of our war on sure, fine, sure. But this person is a settler, capital S, settler. Vosh should be noted that it's a fairly prominent settler, not just some rando. That's true. Daniela Weiss. I think I'd heard, or it's Weiss, or not Weiss, right? That would be like German. It's Weiss, yeah. I've actually heard of this person before. We can take a look at the demon we're about to read about. Looks so nice. So nice. Wow, wow. Wow, wow. Reading this interview, I only read about a third of it, by the way. Gotta save some stuff for content. Has given me a lot of respect for the interviewer, so I'm probably going to check out some other stuff Isaac has done in the past, and I suggest you do so as well. Let me drink a bit of water first. We're in it to win it. I want to say, by the way, why I'm doing this. Part of it's just because it's plain interesting in a very grim human interest kind of way. A lot of it is also because I think it's important to understand the psychology of evil people. For the same reason that I think most people could benefit from going back and reading about the interviews of like the Nuremberg trials, the Nazi officials who were questioned and interrogated, blah, blah, because I think it's useful to understand how people internally motivate their behavior. The point of this is not to just go, she's evil, because if that was my message and takeaway from this, I would just say that after reading every line from her. What I'm going to be doing instead is trying to read through this in a bit more of a dispassionate way. And if you want, you can insert in your mind me saying, wow, she's evil, after every sentence. Like you can keep that here so I don't have to say it every single time. Okay? For decades, Daniela Weiss has been one of the leaders of Israel's settlement movement. Weiss became involved in settlement politics in the wake of the 1967 war. In the early 70s, her family moved to the settlements in the West Bank, and she later served for a decade as mayor of Kedemim, a community in the north. She has also been arrested numerous times, including for assaulting a police officer and interfering with an investigation into the destruction of Palestinian property. More recently, she has been affiliated with the Nachla Settlement Organization, which helps younger settlers establish illegal outposts in the West Bank, an initiative that's controversial even among the settler community. Weiss is a neighbor and an ally of Bezalel Smotrich, the extremist minister of finance, who has said that the Palestinian people do not exist and Palestinian communities need to be erased. He also lives in Kedemim. Weiss and I recently spoke by phone. Since the Hamas massacre of October 7th, Benjamin Netanyahu's government, in addition to invading Gaza, has, with its allies in the settler movement, become increasingly aggressive in the West Bank. 16 Palestinian communities have been removed from their land, and 175 Palestinians have been killed. I wanted to talk to Weiss to provide context on this again. Remember how small Israel is. Remember how few Palestinians there are. 175 Palestinians have been murdered in a month in the West Bank alone. I wanted to talk to Weiss to understand the extremism of the settler movement and her ultimate intentions for the West Bank. During our conversation, edited for length and clarity, we also discussed how her religious attitudes shape her view of the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians, why human rights should not be considered universal, and why she should not be expected to mourn for dead Palestinian children. right off the bat, I think the framing being done here in this article is excellent journalism. Journalism is not meant to be dispassionate. It's meant to bring attention to important issues, and her being evil is the important issue here. There's no reason to banty it about. Isaac asks, "Where are you from?" She responds, "I was born in Israel in 1945, 3 years before the birth of the modern Jewish state. I was born in the Tel Aviv area." The interviewer asks, "And your parents?" She responds, "My father was born in the United States. My mother was born in Warsaw, Poland, and she immigrated with her parents to Israel when she was a year old. So she came to Israel many years before the state of Israel was born." The interviewer asks, "How would you describe the settler movement?" And she responds, "I see the settler movement today as a direct continuation of the settler movement of 120, 30, 40 years ago. I see it as a chapter in the history of Zionism, and we are in one of those chapters of modern Zionism. Settlement is the way to return to Zion." The interviewer asks, "You said settlement is the way to return to Zion?" And she replies, "Yes, it's the end of the dispersion and the beginning of the revival of the Jewish nation in this homeland." Yes, here is the fascist myth. Yes, exactly. So we sort of like we're ticking our boxes when it comes to Umberto Eco's points on fascism. This is the fatherland. This is the origin myth. This is like the national pretext. Extreme nationalism is like the bedrock of fascism. So we're laying right. Yeah, Ein Reich, ein Volk. Exactly. Isaac asks, "What are the borders of that Jewish nation?" And she replies, "The borders of the homeland of the Jews are the Euphrates in the east and the Nile in the southwest." Interviewers note, "This would include the territory of multiple Middle Eastern countries as well as the territory that Israel controls today." Let me pull up a map. Let's just get a nice... So the Euphrates is here. Euphrates, I forget. And the Nile, as you might recall, is in Egypt. But let me just get the exact location. Just so we're... Okay. So per her description, we have this, which runs pretty near to the Red Sea in eastern Egypt, to the Euphrates, which would cover most of Syria, about half of Iraq, and depending on exactly where you want to draw the southern and northern lines, quite possibly all of Jordan and a good portion of Saudi Arabia. This is the, if we're checking off our boxes, if we're trying to tick everything off, this is the Lebensraum. This is the greater Germany that they said they were building when they invaded their neighbors. Again, ticking the boxes point by point. The idea of Jewish territory being this large and this wide in scope is ridiculous from a historical perspective anyway. Yeah, there's not even enough Jews in the world to fill that. Not even close. There's not the idea oh yeah, my people actually were everywhere. Well, there's people of all kinds everywhere today because they travel. What would you do with that territory? She meant around the earth the other way. Ah, yes, there we go. Oh, yeah, here we go. Greater Israel. This definitely wouldn't cause any geopolitical conflict. Well, anyway, yeah. So again, in addition to the extreme ultranationalism, the founding myth, we also have the "we were a great empire that we must return to." Note how it always has to be framed in the context of historical territory. She can't just say, yeah, I want to conquer more territory because I want to have more territory, which would be honest, Instead, it has to be this, it's like blood and soil shit. This belonged to our people thousands of years ago. Therefore, it is ours by right. It always has to be framed that way. Fascists always do this, with essentially no exceptions. All right. Isaac asks, "There's a Palestinian slogan that has become very controversial. from the river to the sea, which means from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. It's controversial because it would include all the land that currently makes up Israel. But you're saying from the river to the... She replies, what is controversial? Isaac continues, Palestinians sometimes use the slogan from the river to the sea, but what you're saying is that from the river to the Nile is the Jewish homeland, correct? And she replies, of course. If someone decides to invent a new religion today, who will decide the rules? The first nation that got the word from God, the promise from God, the first nation is the one who has the right to it. The others that follow, Christianity and Islam, with their demands, with their perceptions, they're imitating what existed already. So why in Israel? They could be anywhere in the world. They came after us in the double sense of the word. So again, in addition to founding myth here, this is also like the most conservative and orthodox interpretation of Jewish text and the whole chosen people thing. Vosh, this sounds like literal Hitler shit. It is. This is literal Hitler shit. It is the basic same set of principles and social forces applied to Jews rather than Aryans. That's it. It's otherwise essentially identical. Like the idea of calling Israel the first people, the first religion, the first nation, this is as laughable anthropologically as arguing that like the ancient Aryans were like 8 foot tall giants. Like this is the same shit the Nazis said, where they would make up these ridiculous, ludicrous, ahistorical lies about their ancestry because it in some way justified their current national ambitions. Isaac asks, when did you first get involved in the settler movement? And she replies, in 1967, in the Six-Day War. The Six-Day War was such a miracle and aroused very deep feelings toward the birthplace of our nation, Hebron, Shiloh, Jericho, Nablus. And because of the miracle of the war, we had this spiritual sensation that something happened in the dimensions of a biblical scene. I felt that I wanted to be an active part in this miraculous happening. My husband didn't like the idea of moving from Tel Aviv to the mountains of Judea and Samaria. He liked our life near Tel Aviv. But then, when the Yom Kippur War broke out in 1973, I became involved in a very intensive way, and so did my husband. We both became part of the settler movement of Gush Emunim, the movement that established communities in Judea and Samaria. I forced my... Yeah, one moment. I would like to look up where Samaria is. Okay, Samaria is in the West Bank, which makes sense. At least it overlaps significantly with the West Bank. Samaria, in reference to Israel, includes a significant portion of the West Bank. So she's referring to going to this area back in like the 70s, around the time when this area would have been much more densely populated with Palestinian people, more widely spread. Judea is all of Israel south of Samaria. I forced my husband to follow me and our 2 daughters, they were little ones, to a tiny tent on the mountains of Samaria, where we all live today. Now we have a big family with 4 generations. My mother-in-law came with us, and then we have our daughters and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. They are all settlers in Samaria. So what she's describing essentially is that she saw the Six-Day War as like a religious awakening that encouraged her to force her husband to move out into the West Bank, which she only refers to in historical terms because the West Bank is a modern term that acknowledges the existence of Palestinian people, and start pumping out as many babies as they could. Isaac asks, in a lot of these places where settlements have been developed from 1967 to the present day, there have been Palestinian communities and Palestinian families. What is your feeling about where these people should go? And she replies, it's the opposite. None of the communities in Judea and Samaria are founded on an Arab place or property, and whoever says this is a liar. I wonder why you said it. Why did you say that, since you have no idea about the real facts of history? That's not true. The opposite is true. Who got this idea into your mind? There is so much I could say here. Isaac replies, Palestinian communities have been removed from their land, kicked off their land by, and she replies, no, you never read things like that. No, there are no pictures. So that's the level that she's operating on, essentially. She's essentially saying Judea and Samaria are Jewish territory so fundamentally that not only can no other group live there, but also they can't even be removed from these places because they aren't even there. Like, I imagine that she is thinking of Arabs in this area the same way one might think of squatters, where like they're not even the residents of that land, they're just temporary occupants, like vermin to be shooed out of the territory. She almost certainly thinks of them as vermin to be shooed out of the territory. Editor's note: according to a report by B'Tselem, an Israeli human rights group, part of Kedemim, where Weiss lives, were built on private Palestinian land. In 2006, Peace Now found that privately owned Palestinian land comprised nearly 40% of the territory of West Bank settlements and outposts. Isaac asks, okay, I'm a little surprised you are denying this. I thought you were going to say, it's okay to kick Palestinians off land because it belongs to Jewish people. And she replies, you did no homework before you interviewed me. Everything that you say is the opposite of my personality and my philosophy. You are interviewing a person and you don't know anything about them. It's very strange. I've never encountered a situation like this. The reason she's responding this way is almost certainly because her orbit, the circle of people she talks to and engages with, are almost certainly all hyper-nationalist Zionists. They talk to each other in the same euphemistic language that denies culpability for the crimes they've committed. So the people she knows, her family, her friends, the people she engages with, would probably also think of Palestinians as vermin who temporarily resided in historical Judea and Samaria. So when a person comes along and just flat out says this was Palestinian territory and you kick them off, her response is at first to say, no, you're a liar, but afterwards her indignation more seems to be, how dare you speak to me that way? Does that make sense? Isaac asks, I was trying to understand where Palestinians who live in the West Bank should go. And she says, why should they go? Why should they go? He continues, they should stay where they are, you're saying? And she replies, they should accept the fact that in the land of Israel, there is only one sovereign. This is the issue. So let's not confuse things. We, the Jews, are the sovereigns in the state of Israel and in the land of Israel. They have to accept it. So what they're essentially saying, she's essentially saying that this is like fundamentally, ontologically, ideologically, metaphysically Jewish land. And as a consequence of that, they don't have a right to speak. Isaac asks, if they accept it, should they receive full voting rights and things like that? And she replies, in the state of Israel, they have the right to vote for the Knesset because Ben Gurion gave them this right. He trusted them, and even if he didn't trust them, he didn't have much of a choice. 3 years after the Holocaust, he wanted to have a state for the Jews, and he knew the world would make problems with the issue of voting. So immediately she's framing this as like, yeah, we knew that you, Gentiles would take issue with us denying Israeli citizens the right to vote if they were Palestinian. But in the 75 years since independence, the Arabs in the state of Israel and the Arab members of the Knesset showed in every possible way that their idea is to establish a Palestinian state. They are not working for the interests of the state of Israel. So I think the Arabs in Judea and Samaria have no right to ask for rights or take part in elections for the Knesset. They lost their right to vote for the Knesset. They will never get this right. They will have their own Palestinian authority where they can run their civilian affairs in a logical way, but not as members of the Knesset. No, no, no. So here she's saying that Palestinians who live within Israel should simply accept second-class citizenship. So pretty direct there. Not much like to interpret. She's just saying it. Isaac asks, so rights are not some sort of universal thing that every person has. There's something you can win or lose. And she replies, that's right. Very direct. Isaac says, you've been part of the settlement movement during a lot of different governments. How do you feel that the current government of the past year has been treating settlers broadly compared with past governments? And she replies, unsurprisingly, I will say that it's better under Netanyahu. It doesn't satisfy my ambitions and my dreams and my plans. But there are 800,000 Jews, or settlers, if you want. So this gives me a lot of encouragement that from 800,000, we will become 2 million, then 3 million. So, yeah, the Lebensraum. Like, literally, like, again, it's as clear as could be. She wants to establish a greater Israel, and she wants to, depose or eradicate the Palestinian population. Also, I could be reaching a little bit here, but please keep in mind that if she wasn't talking to a Western interviewer, she would almost certainly say that they should just kill Palestinians. Like, we know this from alt-writers. When Richard Spencer goes on CNN and he's like, we're not white supremacists, we're just white nationalists. Like, let's not be idiots here. We know for a fact that he, along with people like him, joke in private about killing blacks or Jews or Hispanics or whatever else. So let's not pretend that she's not, quietly praising and celebrating the murder of Palestinians when she's not, talking to an interviewer. Isaac says, when you say that the government's been better but hasn't realized your dreams, what are those dreams? And she replies, 2 million Jews in Judea and Samaria, more settlements, more farms, bigger cities. Isaac asks, when you say you want more Jews in the West Bank, is your idea that the Palestinians there and the Jews will live side by side as friends, or that... And she replies, if they accept our sovereignty, they can live here. He asks, so they should accept the sovereign power, but that doesn't necessarily mean having rights. It just means accepting the sovereign power. And she replies, right. No, I'm specifically saying they are not going to have the right to vote for the Knesset. No, no, no. Yeah, so my personal opinion is that here she's lying. What she's saying outwardly is they have to accept being second-class citizens, but what I personally think she believes is just second-class citizenship is the stepping stone in between where we are right now and the complete elimination of the Palestinian people. Her ideology doesn't allow for Palestinians to continue to exist in Greater Israel. She has laid out all the logic for genocide, but, she understandably doesn't want to just say to an interviewer, yeah, I think they should all be killed. Yeah, exactly. She knows that a lot of them would not accept second-class citizenship, thus forcing her to, unfortunately, have to kill them all. Notice how she said that Palestinians should forfeit their right to vote in the Knesset because they don't serve the interests of the state of Israel. She would look for any possible excuse to go, oh, well, we gave them a chance. They would not accept the sovereign power. Therefore, I am forced to do this thing. Colonial powers love doing this. Isaac asks, can you talk about the settlement outpost movement and your role in that, especially with young people that you've served as somewhat of an inspiration for? And she replies, a post is a basis for a bigger community. That's the name of the game. Isaac asks, and why is that controversial, even among some settlers? But she replies, I don't know that it's controversial. Some might not know the process. And people say to me, quote, I want you to build a new outpost that will be as nice as the older one. And we see. And I say to them, it was a place with one family and now hundreds of families, so this is how that started. In Israel, there's a lot of support for settlements, and this is why there have been right-wing governments for so many years. The world, especially the United States, thinks there is an option for a Palestinian state, and if we continue to build communities, then we block the option for a Palestinian state. We want to close the option for a Palestinian state, and the world wants to leave the option open. It's a very simple thing to understand. Isaac says, when Israel pulled out of Gaza in 2005, it also closed down settlements in the region. This was under the Sharon government. And there's been talk by some settlers since October 7th about the need to repopulate Gaza with settlements. What are your feelings about what should happen with Gaza? To which she replies, right now I'm on my way to a TV interview where I'm going to speak about our movement's effort to return to Gaza, the entire Gaza, and build settlements. So there you go. She says Palestinians can live under us as long as they're second-class citizens, but Gaza already was packed full of second-class citizen Palestinians, and she's just like, yeah, we should just completely repopulate it with Jews. So, pretty unambiguous. Isaac asks, so you think it was a mistake to pull out of settlements nearly 20 years ago? And she replies, it was a mistake. The whole world is crying now because of that. The whole world suffers from Hamas's rise. Not my problem, it's your problem. No country in the world said they were going to accept even 1,000 people from Gaza. The world hates them. It was such a big mistake to let them rise. Notice how she effortlessly transposes, referring to the rise of Hamas with accepting 1,000 people from Gaza. To her, Palestinians in Gaza are Hamas. She with no like qualification, she just shifts here. Hamas, people in Gaza. They are the same to her. Isaac asks, where should the Palestinians in Gaza go? And she replies, to Sinai, to Egypt, to Turkey. Isaac replies, they're not Egyptian or Turkish, though. Why would they go to Turkey? To which she replies, okay. The Ukrainians are not French, but when the war started, they went to many countries. Notice here how she is positively comparing what she's doing to the invasion from Russia. Like she's like shrugging like, yeah, you know, when people are invaded, they flee. So remember, to a fascist, might makes right. Consistently, this is actually good logic from her. What she's essentially saying is that we're the sovereign, this is our land, we're the strong, they leave when we invade. And the interviewer is like, well, why would they do that? And she shrugs and essentially says, because that's what the weaker people do. And she's correct in that, just monstrous. The interviewer asks, their country was being bombed, so many of them fled west. And she says, and Gazan people are dying to go to other places. The interviewer asks, I think Ukrainians wanted to go to Europe because they didn't want to get bombed. To which she says, and the Gazan people want to get bombed by us? Again, might makes right. It's not like even an ethical thing. It's just, this is the ethnic group that I'm defending. We're bombing them. Of course we're bombing them because we're strong. If they don't want to get bombed, they have to leave. Interviewer replies, maybe one option, rather than bombing them, would be to help try and develop a society for them in Gaza, right? To which she replies, no doubt laughing, okay, I wish you luck. Go ahead. Go for it. Interviewer asks, do you feel that Netanyahu and the people in his government are sympathetic to you and your cause? To which she replies, he's very sympathetic, but he's not as brave as we are. This is what American Nazis said and say about Trump, where they'll say like, yeah, Trump's totally with us. Trump loves QAnon. Trump loves the alt-right. Trump didn't denounce us after Charlottesville. Trump didn't denounce the Proud Boys. But then they're like, well, he's still a politician, so he has to like keep it in check, you know? Nazis love to say this shit. The interviewer asks, what about Smotrich and people like that? To which she replies, they are brave, but the settlers themselves, which I represent in my movement, are more brave than them. Editor's note, Smotrich is also a settler. The interviewer asks, we saw some horrible images on October 7th of what happened to Israeli children, and now we see some horrible images in Gaza of what is happening to Palestinian children. When you see Palestinian children dying, what's your emotional reaction as a human being? To which she says, I go by a very basic human law of nature. My children are prior to the children of the enemy, period. They are first, my children are first. To which the interviewer says, we are talking about children. I don't know if the law of nature is what we need to be looking at here. To which she says, yeah, I say my children are first. So that's about as direct and unambiguous as you can get, and that's at the end of the interview right there. So that, you know, pretty clear, pretty clear cut. Honestly, so straightforward that it's not even. It feels sort of unnecessary to like annotate it with much in the same way that I said, you know, just mentally insert me saying she's evil. And you kind of get that. So I know that people sometimes accuse me of overplaying this hand a bit, but this is one of the reasons why I'm so consistent when I stress on the whole Blitler, Jitler, whatever thing. It's that like in the world today, there are more authoritarian governments than there are proper democracies. And historically, authoritarianism is by far the norm. Democracy is the aberration. It's an aberration we have to fight for. When people treat the Nazis as some kind of ultimate, unique, horrible evil that can't be replicated, they're doing the Nazis and people like them a favor. In reality, the underlying logic of fascism, which almost necessarily builds itself on ethnic replacement or genocide, it's infinitely replicable. Everything about the Nazis, every single element was meaningfully influential in leading up to the Holocaust or World War II, can be replicated by any country, of any people, any ethnicity, any religion, any reason. No group is exempt from this. This person is ideologically essentially just a Nazi with the names, the proper nouns switched around. But I think that what she's saying here and what she's advocating for, the language that echoes in the way the alt-right in America talks is just so chilling, right? Especially to me, the whole Netanyahu is sympathetic to us, but he has to play it cool because he's a politician thing. It's like so on the nose. It's so direct. I'm reading her Wikipedia page, and she really likes assaulting police officers. Under any other context, this would be based, but I think she's assaulting them because they're, like, protecting Palestinian people or something. It's like how a lot of alt-right figures have histories with incarceration as well. Arrested and convicted with respect to rioting by Israeli settlers in the city of Kalkilia. Charged with obstructing a police officer in the line of duty and assaulting a police officer. Obstructing a police officer for what again? Well, what am I to do with that? Then the year after being released for that assault, she assaults again and obstructs an investigation. That was an investigation into the destruction of Palestinian property, if I remember correctly. Wow, she got a whole 2 days under house arrest. Would you believe me if I told you that settlers get preferential treatment in the by Israeli police and in the courts as compared to the Palestinians they murder? Would you believe such a thing? Anyway, I hope you all enjoyed staring into the heart of darkness for a little bit. Jesus. You know what I think we should do? I think we should fucking read donos. I think that'd be a great idea. Yeah, I saw the Radical Dino. That's what I said. I said there's no point in arguing about this right now. As the lover of two trans women, I simply cannot fathom how many leftists, even American ones, simply don't understand the consequences of Republican victory. True. Oh, H-Bomb's in the comments. He says, only two? True! You've loved only two trans women? Sounds pretty transphobic. Money button? Ah, you're right. I love money. Click. How do I explain why trans people get hormones/surgery if gender isn't what's in your pants or whatever the fuck? I don't know how to explain this in the way a conservative family member might understand. Sure. Gender isn't in your pants, so why do men get, like, hair transplants if they're going balding or, like, work out in the gym? Like, oh, it's not like, oh, you're already a man. Why are you losing weight? It's like a non sequitur. Getting your dick turned inside out or getting tits or whatever doesn't make you any more of a woman, but it might make you feel more like you want to look. Like, it might make you look closer to how you want to look. And that's all that really matters, right? This is why the trans medicalist view on trans people is completely incoherent. The idea of rejecting gender identity but having, like, this arbitrary threshold where after your, like, breast implants, then you become it doesn't make any sense. In reality, the baseline here is a matter of identity. And then from that point, like, you know, a lot of people who identify as women want to have big, juicy fucking knockers. Cis or trans. It's not like fucking cis women don't get breast enhancements sometimes. That's been known to happen. I know, am I cognizant? Thank you, Mythaldo. We'll go over it at some point. Am I cognizant? Okay. Naomi Chance and Fortnite, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. I really appreciate that. Fake Alec Kyle Partner, thank you for the $15 and the tier 2 sub. How would Attack on Titan change if you were the one who made it? I don't want to like spoil the ending. I don't really want to talk about it extensively, but I think there are lots of things you could do to improve the ending. Like a lot of things. I kind of described one to an extent, I think, you know? And you're no longer a white name. Soko Trunco and TV Fathers and Factually ADHD, thank you for the tier 1 subs all. I really appreciate that. Fun ADHD fact, the American Navy once shot 300 rounds at what they thought was a Japanese plane. It was the planet Venus. That's pretty funny. Sometimes, you know, it can be pretty bright up there, you know? You mentioning it got me back into Factorio. A dangerous game it is. Big Cheese Wheel. Thanks to the tier 2 sub. You should give the PV caller who makes the most phone bank calls a cheese wheel. Chad has not forgotten your promise. Oh, I know. Don't worry, it'll happen. Mars Harbor and Spagalis. Thank you for the tier 1 subs. Happy birthday, Spagalis. Congratulations. Thank you. Excuse me. Welcome to the world, and Mommy is Emery with the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Appalachian Anarchist, thanks to the tier 2 sub. Welcome back to being a sub, my friends. Political action, even political awareness, is not easy. I've only played Cyberpunk 2.0, Searching for Genitrolls. Or Tolls. The Weary Traveler, thank you for the $5. Just an image link. Do you make this? Fuck, that really does look like me. When Vosh finds out the Sims 4 Horse Ranch DLC dropped. Thanks for putting me in a Hawaiian shirt. Olympians, the $5. Do you think Hassan was clout sharking off Ethan? No, I don't. Alloy and the Esteton Project, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Ruby Me, thank you for the $5. True. Caracal, thank you for the $10. To paraphrase great words of a Factorio YouTuber / player, quote, as long as you call it your starter base, you can make it look however you want. Yeah, I know that it's a big part of the game. I wonder if Factorio would be a little more fun if logistics robots weren't a thing. Because it seems like a big part of the game... No, that's probably dumb. No, they should still be in. I feel like a big part of the game is managing your belt networks, but past a point, it's easier to just build a billion logistics robots, having solar panels, and just going like, well, here you go. Requester chest, supplier chest, let's fucking go, you know? Dyson Fear Program. I really wish they would release that fucking game. Have you tried any of the Factorio mods? I don't play mods. Space exploration has robot attrition that differs per planet, so sometimes you robot, sometimes you must belt. I like that. That's nice. I hear that the space exploration mod for Factorio is huge and apparently might be like officially integrated at some point. If it ever is officially integrated, then maybe I would consider playing it, but I don't like mods. I have not looked into Satisfactory. Look at the GIFs here. The Jiffies. Oh, I saw this. I saw this from a video that I watched last night. That one YouTuber built like a train network with bouncy trains and unloading stuff by ramming into stuff. Why don't you like mods? I've talked about this before. It's complicated. It's a personal preference. I like the continuity of experience. I think it's very important. I don't like the idea of playing a game and having it be a different game than a game another person played when you're talking about the same game. I like talking about it within a set framework. It's the same reason I don't like the idea of like AI language models building content in games. Not just because I think humans should be in charge of it, but also because I don't like the idea of going like, hey, I had a really cool quest line, and someone else going, oh, did you? I literally didn't have that quest line. Like not only did I not like luck into it or whatever, have a different experience, but it does not exist in my version of the game. How about mods that make the games work? If they're mods that are about functionality, I think that's fine. At that point, you're not like changing the game experience. You're just making the game playable, right? So that's different. Again, I'm not judging mods. People always get this in their head that I'm saying like you're bad if you use mods. There's nothing bad about using mods at all. And I watch plenty of YouTubers who like using mods in their games when they do playthroughs, and that's all fine and good. That's all totally fine, you know? I personally just don't like it. Ever played Cave Story? Yeah, Cave Story is like literally the fucking first indie game. Mailus ACNH, there's people love to say lots of wild shit about me. I've got plenty of videos that would probably address literally anything in the thread, but people, you know, ineptly target me with this shit all the time. There's nothing new to go over. What if mods improve quality of life? Sometimes it's fine. Sometimes... Pyrel and Conciliator, thank you for the tier 2 subs. Really appreciate that. XLR and Cosmothulu, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Very kind of you. Likewise, Semi-Locon and Demert. Yes, local libraries have lots of cool shit in them. Lots of cool shit. Ashi, Semi-Locon, and Angie Jules, thank you for the tier 1 subs all. Likewise, Semi-Locon again. And Dense Pixel, thank you all very much. Loverworm, Asian Piano Man, and Bananable, thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. Demons for Dessert, thank you for the tier 2 sub. And Lopalot, thank you likewise. Very kind of you. Rice Shard and the Echelon Project, or Eschaton Project, for the $5 and $6 respectively. Welcome back into the Navy, Rice Shard. Welcome, welcome. I have done that, Brightsea. Mythaldu, I think this might be a current issue because I noticed that for last stream too. It seemed like about half the chat was caught up and about half the chat was responding to stuff about 10 seconds before. XLR, the One King 23, Semi-Locon, and Moose Watcher, thank you for the tier 1 subs all. Really appreciate that. Mistress Lynn, thank you for the 2 tier 2 subs. Happy to be back. Seriously, I missed streaming while I wasn't here. Zoth and Elenita Express, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Thanks, Elenita Express. Semi-Locon, Wrestling with the Nuke, thanks for the tier 1 subs. Braden J. Smith, thank you for the $10. Loverworm, thank you again for the tier 2 sub. Grobhan, thank you for the $5. Much appreciated. Hoi Polloi 23, thank you for the tier 1 subs. That's very, very kind of you. My goodness. Ooh. Keldoge, Mutt Plays Magic, and that Roop, thank you for the tier 1 subs all. Natsuko Kotori, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Are you going to cover The Escapist effectively dissolving overnight? I'm still shook because Zero Punctuation was my childhood and poof gone. Yeah, I've been watching Zero Punctuation for a long time and I was surprised by that. I think that there might have been some writing on the wall because from what I noticed, The Escapist has been putting out a lot more segments lately from other people. Like they have the cold takes thing and there are some other things they've been trying to do to diversify their shit. What happened? Yahtzee Croshaw has left The Escapist, aka the main guy everyone watched Escapist videos for. Zero Punctuation. So he left and he's going to do his own thing. I'm sure he's going to continue to be successful. He's basically like an internet icon. Oh, everyone left? Oh, okay. Maybe it was like a full dissolution thing then. Corpos fired a lead editor everyone there loved because they weren't getting views fast enough. Everyone else quit in protest. Oh, okay. All right, fine. Yeah, fuck them then. Okay. Yahtzee is too cynical for my taste, kind of annoying. Yeah, I was getting tired of his bits as well, but then he did his extra punctuation side series where he would talk about a concept for like 7 minutes. He wouldn't like fast mode he wouldn't like speed up his voice, and he would talk about it a little bit more like thoughtfully. And they're actually really good. I think I've like almost always agreed with him on those, whereas he constantly said disagreeable shit with his Zero Punctuation. So I think that I think he's good at what he does. Like, I think he's got a good mind for it. You know, it's just a format thing. Kan the Astronomer and Natsuko Kotori. Thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Kan the Astronomer, I'm not really sure. There's a place called like Nui in Cap Hill that has really, really good drip coffee. I don't know. Caracal, thank you for the 10. Ethan220 with the $10. Great stream. This is a quick 30-second video of my main bus in Factorio. Well, look, first of all, thanks. Will looking at this make me feel inadequate? Good Lord. Yeah, it probably will. Boy, that's a lot of concrete. Yeah, I don't think this is one of those games that I would enjoy playing like indefinitely. I think I want to play to rocket launch and that's it. Like I'll check out the content before then, but I don't really have an interest in making like an ultra mega super duper ultra hyper giga base, I don't think. Should I give Factorio a shot? It's been pretty fun. I enjoy it. It's a lot more complicated than Dyson Sphere Program, which was the previous game that I played that was kind of like this. I think I like Dyson Sphere Program more, though. It's more fun to play. It's more fun to physically move around the world. There's a bit more wonder in it. Does Factorio count as a forever game, or is that just like League? No, Factorio has a definite end to a game if you want to end it. If you can, you can keep playing any game forever, right? I think I'm having enough of a challenge as it is, Science 20. I mostly find the biters an annoyance. OS Crane, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Sake, thanks the 5 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that as well. Yeah, they were both trying their best back there. Calfballs, thank you for the $5. Hello, I missed this. It was incredibly anti-leftist of you to take time off and go outside. Yeah. Don't worry, I spent plenty of time watching TV inside, too. Orson Zed, thanks the tier 1 sub. Did canvassing for Mississippi governor last week and week before. We didn't win, but it was an amazing experience. Nice. The experience matters a lot, and you did still make a difference. You know, even changing a few people's minds, it can add up in future elections, too. Yes, that's true, Mythaldu, but at that point, you're kind of choosing to do that. There is an ending the game gives you. Same with Dyson Sphere Program. Holy shit, DSP has mechs? You are a mech in DSP, yeah. You know what I wish they had in Factorio? I know that it would probably like have to be an end game item because it would simplify a lot of stuff, but I wish they had like a single lane belt item sorter so you could make it so that on a single belt items are spread from one side to both sides of it, or you could move all the items on it to one side or another. You can do that with a bit of like moving around with you know, inserters or belts, or there's a lot of ways to do that. Mods? No, I know mods can do that. I'm talking about the main game. I know that mods can do that. I mean in the main game. Thank you. I have not played Talos Principle. Methusela, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Son of Peasant, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Hey, I'm really happy to hear that. Glad you're an anarchist now. Hopefully things improve in Israel soon. A nice coat. Thank you for the $5. Speaking of big, juicy fucking knockers, I should be getting an appointment for pre-surgery consult soon, and I can donate as it's covered here. Hell yes. Nice. I hope you have a good time getting giant titties. That's awesome. New Flesh, thanks the tier 2 sub. Will from PA, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Read in Zizek voice, please. Okay. Vaushite are okay, but 99% of them are boring idiots. The 1% are on okay, buddy. There we go. That was my best. That was my best effort. I'm a bit congested, so I feel like my schniffs aren't like fully up to task right now, but I tried my best. Thank you, Will from PA. Joe Croker, thank you for the $5. How important will the 2024 primaries be in pushing the party to the left? Primaries? You think we're getting primaries this year? Whew. Arcanon, thanks the tier 1 sub. Maybe. Fake Alec Kyle Parker with the $15. I mean, how would it change in general? For the most part, I think that Attack on Titan is a pretty good story. I don't think that the problem with mystery stories is that the payoff for the mystery has to be worth the build-up, and there was so much build-up that no payoff could ever actually live up to it. I think they did pretty well considering the circumstances, but I don't really know. Yeah, the ending does hollow it out. I really think the changes that I would want to make would be to the ending. There was a lot of stuff I guess I just didn't You know, I feel like the more media aware people become, the more mystery stories have to change. The problem is everyone is really like trope aware now. So people are always like, oh, that character is being given screen time all of a sudden. They're either going to like ascend or die. Oh, like this person has to be related to the, because like, oh man, like people scrutinize tiny details of what they're watching for anything that might be like a satisfying payoff. Oh, this person's a twist villain. Yeah, this person's doing a heartfelt speech before a battle, dead. Exactly, yeah. And one of the ways to avoid this, I think, is to be a perma-contrarian, where you constantly try to like outmaneuver what people's expectations are. I think that if George R.R. Martin was a bad writer, he would be doing this. Well, to an extent, he is kind of doing it. But the idea being like, oh, these are the twists that people think are going to happen. Let's like pivot and do something else, you know? Or like what Scott Cawthon did with Five Nights at Freddy's. We're like, oh, this is what people think is in the box. Well, now we've changed what's in the box, because you're like constantly trying to outmaneuver incredibly media savvy people trying to figure out the tropes, which I think is really dumb. I think that the best thing that you could do is play off the big tropey mysteries early and let the little mysteries stay meaningful. Like, how do things actually play out that way? Like, let me try to think of like a good example of this. You mean like Lost? Yeah, Lost would be a perfect example of this trope gone wrong. Let me try to think of yeah, shit like that, Lowengram. I remember reading about that. I think Fluids and Factorio are just fine. Star Wars Episode 8. Yeah, they did that there too. No, I'm trying to think of an example of how bad it would be if like... Okay, this is like a really bad example, but you're going to have to play with me here, okay? Imagine if in Avatar The Last Airbender, rather than immediately establishing that Aang is the last Airbender, or sorry, not the last Airbender, the Avatar, instead what they did was they met Aang, and Aang was just a weirdo airbender, and they spend an entire season slowly building up these background details about how the airbenders are gone and how the Avatar left a while ago. And then in like a big, like super heroic climactic twist, they show Aang do bending that isn't airbending, and then it's like, he's the Avatar? And they bury that like 10 episodes deep. You understand what I'm talking about? Now, if you were even a little bit media savvy and you started watching the show and hearing about how the airbenders are gone and how there was a missing Avatar, you'd have to be a fucking idiot to not put that together with Aang, right? So what that would do would turn all of the world building that you heard prior to the big reveal, it would make it really fucking trite. It would make it really like obnoxious. You would hear like background characters going, wow, I haven't felt hope like that since the Avatar mysteriously disappeared or something, and you'd be like, fucking come on. You would be like, oh, just say it. And then they would do it and it'd be like, okay, so they finally did it, right? Like that would be it's like holding off a villain twist until well after everyone knows they're the fucking villain, right? Another good example of this, I feel, would be I don't know, man. Invincible did the villain twist perfectly. Yeah, okay, yeah, exactly. In the first episode of Invincible, you see Omni-Man kill the fuck out of the Justice League or whatever. And the whole season isn't a mystery on who did it. You occasionally see bits about the government investigating who did it because they want to find out, but you know who did it. You saw it from the beginning. The mystery from your perspective is did he have a good reason for doing it? Because the buildup from the audience's perspective is, we know Omni-Man killed the Justice League. So was there like a reason? Was he mind controlled? Were they secretly evil? Why did he do it? And then it's revealed with a great reveal, I think, towards the end of that season. He did it because he's a fucking asshole. That's why. That's a great reveal, because the like trope wise, the narrative that you'd think they'd be building to is a reveal that Omni-Man has some like other agenda and he was doing it for a good reason, or maybe there was a confusion or something. So the reveal that he's just fucking evil is itself a good twist, and they did it by not holding in suspense who murdered the Justice League at the beginning. Because can you imagine if they had, and it was like, oh, here's 7 straight episodes of a cartoon where the most powerful superhumans on the planet all got mysteriously killed and beaten to death. Also, here's the character Omni-Man, the cold, distant, hyper-powerful Superman stand-in. Like, oh, I wonder who is the person who will be revealed to have killed the Is it the other only person strong enough to have done it? Perhaps, possibly. That's what I mean. And this is kind of also how I feel a little bit about Attack on Titan. You can only sustain mystery for so long. What's in the basement? What does that necklace mean? Why are the walls filled with Titans? You know, like, they're cool mysteries, but too much buildup and no payoff will satisfy. It's really tough to balance that, is what I'm saying. This is a commonly cited excellent feature of Columbo. The mystery is open to the viewer at the beginning, so the detective trope is flipped in its head, and the intrigue isn't in who done it, but it is how is Columbo going to find the evidence that the killer done it? Yes! Isn't that so much better? Like, played out and tired. Detective slowly finding evidence to, like, nab the killer or whatever. Woke and wired is when you know who killed, and it's watching this like monstrously intelligent detective figure it out themselves. I really like it when narratives frame the good person as the monstrous force. I really, 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 really like that. I think that it's a cool twist on the framing of the scene that's interesting to engage with. One of my favorite examples of this is in the opening bit of Casino Royale, the Bond movie, where, if you remember, James Bond is chasing a bomb maker in was it Madagascar, I think, he through a construction site, and the bomb maker is like this parkour dude, like he's like jumping through windows and like doing flips and trying to slide through cars and stuff, and Daniel Craig is built like a tank, so rather than like do the parkour as well, Daniel Craig literally like shoulder rams through walls. It's sick as shit. He takes the brute force approach to every single issue, which is not only really good characterization, but it also means that you feel the tension, not of the villain getting away, but of James Bond catching up to him. Even though you know logically James Bond is the good guy and the villain's the bad guy, the bomb maker's the bad guy, you know that. The tension of the scene is built on the monstrous force of Bond moving forward. You know what I mean? It's a nice reframing of perspective, I think, that yeah. Death Note is kind of another example of that. Yeah, one of the things that people find so compelling about Death Note is that flip. Exactly. You know the mystery. It's Light. He has a Death Note. That's the mystery. So watching other people try to put it together, I think this is also one of the things that made Breaking Bad so good. Breaking Bad has basically no mysteries. Anytime a character does something plot relevant behind the scenes, their involvement is made clear almost immediately. If Gus did something, you see Gus do it. If Hank or Walter or Jesse do something, you see them do it. There's not any like cheap tension where something happens and Walter spends 6 episodes going, who did this? Who did that? Like, they avoid that. And for that reason, they don't have to play this game where they have to make the hints subtle enough that they can be picked up on, but not fully derived from, but not so obvious that it's like annoying. Yeah. Oh man, it's good writing. It's good writing. True, though I think the plane thing isn't so much of a mister as it is a stinger, like an opening to tell you how high the stakes will get, but not so much like the things build to it. I think that's actually why the plane thing kind of came out of nowhere a little bit. There was some mystery with Gus, especially when Jesse interacted with him. That's true. Okay, you're right. The main thing that I remember with Mystery was Walter feeling distanced from Jesse when Jesse started falling in with Gus. That's true. But that's not so much mystery, like something happened, how did it happen? It's more tension of the relationship getting strained between Walter and Jesse. And I think that works because in that case, you're not like trying to grasp for some twist. Instead, you're reasonably assuming that Gus is quietly pulling Jesse away from Walter, which Walter identifies. He says, like, Gus is grooming Jesse into replacing me as a cook in this lab so he can kill me. Like, so now it is life or death for Walt to get on good terms with Jesse again, who he's been a piece of shit to. I'm sorry. I need to finish these donuts. I apologize. Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Kind of tuna uwu. That's kind of true. Though I don't know how much focus the mystery of that was given. You know, like they gave an explanation off the bat that was plausible enough. Okay. Welcome to the world. Thank you for the incredibly kind $25. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I did see that Channel 5 News is back. I might give it a look, but man, he did do be grooming though. He did a lot of that. He did do be grooming it. It was pretty bad, man. I might take a look at it just to see what the vibes are. That's pretty rough, you know? Is grooming the right word? Yeah, maybe not. Sake, thanks the 5 tier 1 subs. Did you see the FBI investigation to Eric Adams? Yes, it's on the list of things I want to cover. For sure, yeah. Very funny. Eric Adams is such a fucking clown, man. Tenyari, thank you for the $5. Hey, Vosh, check out my drawing. I don't even know if I can show this on YouTube, man. You made those zippers look like vulvas. I don't think I can. John'll jump and pussy hoax. Okay, chat, I'm gonna link this and you guys are gonna have to look at this, okay? It's pretty good. Okay? It's like unironically pretty good, but I don't think I can show it. Sorry. Sake, thanks the 5 tier 1 subs. Yes, Metal Wolf Chaos is definitely still in the docket. There's so much stuff I want to do, man. There's so much. God. The site hasn't been picking up super chats. Let me look at this. Alice Payne, thank you for the 5. Joe Clem 15, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. I don't know what the best selling pitch is to persuade Zionists. I genuinely don't know. It seems like it's a really tough sell at the moment. I need to think about it, I think. The Gaming Gimp and Charlie Jinmir, thank you for the 5 both. Really appreciate that. I'm sorry to hear that, the Gaming Gimp. I hope you're doing okay. Iridian Knight and Gun Invalid, thank you for the 5 both. Really appreciate that. Thank you for the additional 5, Gun Invalid. Yeah, we'll go on a Factorio tour at some point, but not right now. Charles Jinmir, thank you for the 2 additional donos, $2 and $5 respectively. I really appreciate that. Rex Farrell, thank you for the 5. I need to watch The Creator. I haven't heard of it, but I'll give it a look. Benjamin Gilbert Liff, thank you for the very kind $10. Oh, who's that?
He says no. Oh.
We match.
Yeah, you do.
I had the best wake up today. When I went downstairs to get my coffee and breakfast, he was zipping around. He dove at my ankle, wrapped his legs around it, tried to bite it lightly, but couldn't because his tiny mouth can't wrap around my ankle. He looked up at me, and then he bolted and tried to duck under the couch. But because he's not a tiny kitten anymore, he basically just slammed his upper half under the couch, and his butt got stuck in it, and he spent a full, 5 seconds kicking at the ground to try to wiggle his butt all the way under. You're so silly!
Tell him he's over 7 pounds.
Yeah, he's over 7 pounds now. He's big and healthy. Look at his little belly. Lorp. Good baby. Benjamin Gilbert Lift the $10. Roses are red, violets are blue, but you should watch the funny debate with Cenk. Wow, literally nothing rhymes with Cenk. Yeah, he really shorted you on that one, huh? Gavin Rector, thanks the $5. I remember watching you and people like you to hear the other side, and then I was like, damn, this guy makes sense somehow. I'm really happy to hear that, you know? Nothing makes me happier than knowing that in spite of how polarized things are, it's still possible to reach out to the other side, talk to people, and, you know, hopefully convince them of stuff. You know, it's always a kind of like a statistical process, right? Like, you're not going to reach most people, but you can always try, and trying your best is, you know, worth pushing for. Still alive, thanks to 5. The only adventure game that I've ever really enjoyed was Disco Elysium, which is only partially an adventure game. I don't tend to like adventure games, even the really good ones, and I have played some of the really good ones. They just don't really, like, appeal to me. I think theoretically... Oh, sorry, by adventure game, I like point-and-click adventure games. Sorry, I should have said point-and-click adventure games. Point-and-click adventure games. Yeah, I haven't... I think there's a way to make them in a way that I would quite like, but I don't... Yeah, it's just not something... And then again, I remember enjoying Grim Fandango. Yeah, Grim Fandango was pretty great. Man, that's a good game. There was a remaster that came out a few years ago. Worth looking at. Yeah, people are definitely out of sync right now. Have you looked at Slay the Princess? I think I've seen it recommended to me on Steam. Yes, I have. I've seen people speak about it really, really positively. My first impression is the art. I really like the art. Like, just from looking at the art, I can tell that it's going to be like a really personally made, fucked up sort of horror kind of dealio. I think I'm probably going to... Yeah, I want to watch Joseph Anderson play it, because I get more out of watching Joseph Anderson play narrative games than I would get out of playing it myself. And I also love Joseph Anderson. He's my EBF. He just doesn't know it. I'm sorry, that sounded more creepy than I meant to let on. I just really like his content. I just like his content. Anyway... Benjamin Gilbert-Liff, thank you so much for the incredibly kind $400 donation in YouTube. My goodness. Thank you so much. I'm genuinely worried the left is fracturing to a degree that we'll never recover with the Israel-Palestine thing. Bernie isn't good enough because he didn't say the word ceasefire, even though he's functionally advocated for one. I also don't think he's done enough. Oh, hey, Loner Box viewers, though we're on the way out, I'm afraid. And Marianne is bad because she thinks evoking genocide is bad rhetoric, even when it is one, SMH. Yeah, it's... I don't know. This is definitely going to lead to, like, a generational shift. It seems like the attitude is sort of irrevocably slanted right now against Israel, at least from left-leaning people, and it's only going to get worse, man. October 7th is not going to happen again. Hamas does not have an October 7th round 2 in them that they're going to accomplish with equal fervor and violence. For Israel, the murder is ongoing. It's only just begun. So, yeah. What the fuck? Is that a name highlight? Janblade? What the fuck does that mean? Bethaldu, what does that mean? Is it highlighted on stream? Oh, they're whispering me. Oh, I completely forgot that was a feature. No, we can all see it? Oh, then it's not a whisper. See Discord. What? Secret memes, they're kind of muted. Oh, interesting. Okay. I love new chat features. I'll learn about this more shortly. At the moment, I gotta skedaddle. Thank you very much, Benjamin Gilbert-Liff. Seriously, your generosity is always appreciated, even when you're being annoying about TYT content in chat. I always do appreciate it. Jordan I99, thanks for the $10. Spoilers for Knights of the Old Republic 1. Yes, it is a great twist. I don't mind twists. I just hope people always remember that a twist is not necessary for compelling story writing. Like, again, Breaking Bad is pretty much, in my mind, like the premiere of prestige television, and it goes largely without twists in terms of like broad narrative twists. You know, it's pretty straight laced in that respect. It's just not necessary for good or compelling writing. Twistless. All right, listen, I love you guys very much. I'm sorry to do this right after the good old Loaderbox boys arrive, but it's the end of stream. I'm going to send you all over to a person who I haven't decided to send you all over to yet because I haven't opened Twitch, who's live. Keffels! Let's throw you over to Keffels, huh? I will be streaming tomorrow. We have a lot of stuff to catch up on after my disgusting absence. I apologize once again. We're gonna keep at it. I'm gonna keep sleeping, keep peeping even, and we're gonna make it happen, boys. Let's fucking go. All right, take care, y'all. I'll see you all soon. Remember to YouTube rate as well. I don't know how to do that yet. I'm sorry. I'll figure it out one day. I love you. I'm sorry. I love you. Where's the Keffels button? Go Keffels. Let's go.